Boink.
As I'm trying
I
to
hit the
upload
button.
these.
It is okay. Button has been hit.
The button.
For all of our fun,
Give
funky
me a second
little
to put Kaine
tubers.
away. Alright.
Oh, that's perfect. That's so good.
Little anime girl.
Does it work?
It does.
It do.
Oh, lovely.
Oh my god! With the mouth too. Nice.
Lovely.
Nice.
Perfect.
Yeah, let me flip it. There we go.
Perfect.
That's the one thing about Picrus, though, is there aren't any nuns.
There sure aren't. I tell you what.
Yes.
There aren't any nuns.
Yeah, no.
And if there are, they're not very
great.
Yeah.
I have seen a few that have like nun like themes and motifs.
Yeah,
but specifically for like the full habit.
Halloween costume ass nuns.
Right. Like part of Constance's whole thing is that you can't see her hair. It's kind of specific to her. She does not show her hair.
Yeah.
Not even bangs or anything.
So, shout out to this being one of my favorite Picrus out there.
It's cute.
Shout out.
It's good. I was desperately trying to find a Picru that would let me build I just wanted to be holding like dice or a book or something to visually signify that I am the DM. And the intersection of that, and then I just gave up and picked one that actually let me have an undercut.
Yeah, there's none. There's like virtually none that do.
So,
as someone who has used Picrus for
so many Picrus,
all their NPCs in a Roll20 campaign in the future, literally all of them. Hold on.
There are some pretty good like D&D ass fantasy character Picrus.
Some of them are not Picrus, but
I mean, still valid.
I'm just gonna put this in text for voice so you can understand.
I just need to convince Hannah to make these for me.
Out of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of those are Picrus.
Excellent.
Funny.
That's very good.
And that's just the starter NPC list. That's not like the subcategories. I wish I was kidding. I so wish I was kidding.
Yeah, so Matt, if you find a picture you like, feel free to go through that link and upload it, and it'll just update immediately as soon as you do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All I have to do is put the source in my thing, because we're in the same voice channel right now. I can make a source based on your little Discord ID, which is why it's showing your profile pic right now.
My favorite.
Which I'll note is still it's the hammer from Bloodborne.
Yeah,
which I do think is like one of the best weapons in
good.
Bloodborne, if not the best weapon in Bloodborne.
It's okay to say it's the best because you're correct.
So good.
There's
big like I played Bloodborne before Dark Souls, and I ended up the only secret I know in Dark Souls is right at the beginning sprinting through the graveyard to get the Zweihander. And as soon as I got it, I was just like, oh, hell yeah, hammer vibes. Big dumbass hammer smash vibes.
Yeah. It's really nice.
Just gotta hit it once, real hard.
Its transformation animation, I could talk about that for ages.
So good.
What's it called again, that weapon? Like Ludwig hammers?
No, it's the Kirk hammer, and then it's Ludwig's Holy Blade.
Ludwig's Holy Blade is the blade that turns into a bigger blade, if I remember correctly, and also glows. It's the sword that you sheath to make a bigger sword. I can just have it be our little PNG tubers if you want. Do you want? Here, I can do that.
I like watching them bounce.
Yeah, it's good. and this is what our recording will look like.
But I love it.
Serotonin. Love to see
the
them.
dumbest thing.
Yeah, this is what our recording will look like. And in the future, if we're ever using like Tailspire or a virtual tabletop, we can still do this. And have our little things, and then have like our actual thing in the background.
I think that would be great. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. I'm glad everyone is enjoying this.
Might snag this, honestly.
It's surprisingly easy to set up.
good.
Yeah, it's super, and if you have any experience with OBS, it's as easy as dropping a browser source into the window.
It's also mainly because literally all of my player characters used Picroos except for one who used an actual just person.
Nice.
So this is really good. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've answered your question about ghouls. We have 3 other people who get to voice their opinions about ghouls.
All right. So ghouls. Sal is a little bit off-put by ghouls, slightly. Because she can't quite imagine who would want to be one. To be fully sort of indentured to somebody in a way, because that's how ghouls are mostly kind of created as, correct?
Yep.
And
It's like halfway to it is so the process of embracing someone,
right, you feed
you have
only
to
a
drain
little.
them and then feed them your vitae. In order to make a ghoul, you just feed them your vitae. You don't drain them.
Yeah. And Sal finds that one, again, very creepy. And even in cases of consent, Sal finds it a little off-putting, knowing, having been involved in skater subculture, she is a bit suspicious of anybody who would be very interested in becoming somebody's ghoul as well. Like, this is somebody who I feel like wants to get perhaps a bit too much of a parasocial relationship with me. Maybe I should stay away from them.
Interesting.
Could I
Or
pose
like just an imbalance of what one expects out of the other.
Could I pose a question then?
Please,
Going
yeah.
off of that.
Oh yeah.
How has Sal reacted to ghouls that she's met? Specifically, like maybe someone like Victor, who is Sylvia's. I see.
Sal's courtesy of not bringing it up, more of being a question that a discussion she does not want to get into.
Not my business.
That is fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Just ain't gonna go there.
Yeah.
Not my problem. Funny.
Constance.
Constance also probably has some very complicated feelings about it. To her, pretty much any mortal is just another potential kindred. So to her, ghouls are kind of like a step up from that, or like that much closer to being another kindred.
Sure, yeah.
But it's also like, but it's also more complicated than that, and definitely like not fully ethical. But she also just knows that like there's nothing she can do about it. Like,
right.
It's just a part of being a kindred in a larger society. So she ends up having to take a pretty neutral stance on it.
Fascinating. Have you ever considered making a ghoul?
No.
Have
You
ever
do really want to make out a kindred, though, correct?
There were too many voices.
Oh, sorry.
Who asked what? I can't.
Functionally the same question from both of us, which is just, have you ever considered embracing anyone?
Yes, but only very theoretically.
Yeah, it's kind of not allowed to be a spontaneous thing most of the time.
No, I mean, like, listen, we know what my fucking ambition is. We know.
Prerogatives.
We know.
Could you remind me what your ambition is?
To make more kindred.
Ah, I see. Relevant.
Yes.
That'll do it.
How does Sebastian feel about ghouls? You probably interact with them as much as, if not more than, Sylvia.
Wasn't the
Probably.
driver a ghoul?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Doug.
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 Yeah, I think Sebastian. I think he finds their position both useful and what's the opposite of enviable?
Regrettable.
Yeah, essentially.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
pitiable.
Pitiable.
maybe pitiable. Actually, I think that's probably a good word to use. I think he understands what it is to be a puppet, but at least he has some free will, where these cats just don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, or
That's-
some of them don't.
Super understandable. Awesome. That will be accounted into your experience gain at the end of the session. For an additional experience, would someone like to summarize what happened last session?
Oh boy.
Existential crisis. The session.
Mom's home.
I can.
Well, I would like some experience.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know if I'm going to get all of it. Last time, we Sylvia and Sal went to that meeting where the Prince... It was Prince Jackson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, so Prince Jackson was there with pretty much all of the Primogens and kind of important other little people. Not barons. Basically landholders, essentially,
Yeah.
amongst the vampire crews. To explain that both Mother Superior, which is Sister Constance's sire and boss?
Mommy.
Question mark?
I mean,
in halfly in a religious sense, halfly in you do work for me.
I mean, we're not getting any wages. So
Wait, y'all are getting paid? You just find
Yes.
out that like half of the other brothers and sisters are actively getting paid cold hard cash for what they're doing.
it's like, what the
Right.
fuck? We took a vow of fucking like poverty. What do you mean they're getting paid?
Brother John has been withholding and just kind of keeping all of it, committing larceny. It's
I
fine.
literally, I had to swear to God that I wouldn't keep money. Like,
Funny.
But yeah,
bullshit.
so Mother Superior is here, and also 2 members of the La Sombra clan, which are like,
Sierra and
well,
Malenkov.
yeah, Sierra and Malenkov, which I was going to describe what those cats are like, but maybe I'll wait for folks who don't know. And then what else happened? We met up as a coterie to discuss what had happened in the coal tunnels, where we saw hang on.
Gurney.
Yeah, it was essentially Gurney,
It's like a
wasn't
table.
it? A table with Sister Constance's vision vampire.
Yeah.
Had discovered that there was a Malkavian, that it was a Malkavian, as we knew, and there were other Malkavians and a Toreador that were there. That's when
Tremere.
Sorry, yeah.
Potentially. You know that there was a blood sorcery circle.
Right. And we basically then just traded information. The rest of the session was just a lot of chatting. It was Sister Constance speaking to Mother Superior. And Brother
Brother Joseph is missing.
Joseph is missing, right? And we only need one more week until the Second Inquisition leave.
Down to
Well-
probably about like 4 or 5 days at this point. Or you know what? Let's give that a hard timer. 4 days.
4 days.
So it's-
I mean,
until-
although that is kind of arguable whether it will stay that way, given the fact that Brother John has completely disappeared and we have no idea where they are.
Well, and I guess my question is,
Oh wait, it wasn't Brother John.
Joseph.
Was it? Who was it?
Joseph.
Joseph.
Yeah.
are we going to be starting this session directly on the heels of last session?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
So last session we left off basically right after.
We forgot one
Um,
big thing of last session too.
Oh,
Motherfucking bitch ass son.
So, son did that.
Motherfucker.
Son did
Motherfucker.
diablerie. Yep, that's in my notes.
I
Son did
learned that. Never liked the guy.
Sounds like nobody really
Yeah.
ever liked
Yeah.
the guy.
I mean, literally no one
Fuck
does.
that dude.
It's pretty.
Fuck that
That's
dude.
been evident since quite literally session 1.
Yeah.
But still, ooh,
mm-hmm.
juicy.
But now we gotta get the evidence. We gotta put him at the tight
Yeah,
in
now
the
what are you gonna
in the
do
tunnels.
Baby.
About it?
That's the
So
fun
yeah,
bit.
last session was basically concluded right at the end of that evening after Sister Constance and Sebastian went to their respective kind of home zones. Sal, you can be wherever you want to be for the night. We didn't really resolve that. But I would like to open the session with everyone making rouse checks.
Oh,
Okay.
boy, time to open roll 20, my favorite.
I should probably get my D8s out. D8s?
I
D10?
could've
Tens.
just
You can
went-
roll d8s if you want.
D10.
Oh god.
D10s,
Would not.
okay.
I do not get hungry.
I do.
All right. What's everyone's hunger at?
3?
Ooh, spicy.
Ooh.
It's fine. I'm home.
There are a
It'll be okay.
whole. Constance's convent has heard 4 now.
You
Yeah.
sure do have
That's
a lot
great.
of fucking flock.
I'm also
of-
at 3, but I'm not sure if I would have fed last night.
I've been sitting at 1 for a long time. I
For
rolled
the
a
sake
4.
of drama, let's say that you didn't feed last night.
Okay, so I am still at 3.
1d10 greater.
You had some alcohol last night.
I did have some alcohol.
Or
last
no,
night.
sorry, that wasn't last night. That was the night before
The
last
night
night.
before.
Yeah.
I rolled a 4.
You get hungrier. Been coasting at 1 hunger
I
for
got
too
it.
long.
I have. I've been coasting for a very
You
long
haven't.
time.
You've been using many of your disciplines.
Not lately, no.
Just gotta pump some blood into you.
Is that how that works?
Yeah. That makes the blood go away and makes you need to be hungrier again. It's what rousing is. It's like pumping blood to your abilities, like brains.
Oh, I see it.
Or
I see what you're
vitae,
saying.
Not blood. It's not technically blood. Although I think, scientifically, if you examined a vampire's vitae, it would be identifiable as fundamentally human blood, but like necrotic, like post-mortem human blood. It's a weird. The intersections of science in these vampires is that could be a whole campaign.
Listen,
It's very
ghosts
interesting.
fucking exist in this world. Like,
sure do.
Anything's
I mean, what do you
possible.
mean? Ghosts? What? You can't prove it.
Ooh.
I can literally, like, feel them.
Yeah, that's just like your opinion, man.
Sal literally lives with ghosts. It's like
No.
the full thing.
I actually have one question,
Mhm.
DM,
I have answers.
that I've had in my notes for a while. So, the group discovered the blood of many Malkavians and the presence of a Tremere.
2 Malkavians, specifically.
I have in my notes that also a Ventru went missing.
Yes, because that the Diablerist has had 2 victims thus far. So,
Okay.
when the report the Nosferatu gave you
Mm-hmm.
was regarding...
I'm just trying to get the story straight.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, absolutely. And thank you for clarity. It's good to get everyone up to speed. And this is also information that I think only you have. I don't think you've shared
I
this.
don't. I don't remember if I've shared it with Sister Constance.
Because
I might have.
the Nosferatu report you got was mention of the specifically the Malkavian who ended up in the sewers. And when you went to meet with what's his name?
Juanica.
You got word after doing some like good persuasion and politicking. You found out that there was a different similar incident that happened to a Ventru some months prior.
Yeah, that's what I have roughly in my notes right now. Okay.
Actually, I need to be BRB, like,
Also, I feel like I definitely talked about this with Sister Constance.
I think you might have discussed it with Constance.
I remember at least showing her the original note.
Yes, you did do that. I think after you met through blood sorcery with Mother Superior.
I remember the note at the very least. So I don't... Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I'll let you continue. Thank you very much.
Yeah. No, so yeah, starting off, we got the next morning. Everyone is in their respective homes. Sal can be wherever the fuck she wants to be.
Where is Sal right now?
Where is Sal?
Good question.
Haven't been to the bookstore in a while.
No, Sal hasn't been to the bookstore in a while. I think that was is probably going to sleep there.
It is still haunted.
Yes, I know. I'm interested.
Sebastian, notably, good place to start. You requested some backup, basically.
Yes.
From Malpheus last night.
Yeah.
And after a full day of some arrangements and whatnot, you get a little note on your pager. That's basically like, we're ready to follow when you're ready to lead.
Sebastian, does he feel the need to reply? He'll probably just be like, "KK."
Cool.
While I'm here, who's here? Someone's here. Someone has to be.
You're right. Someone does have to be there. After the previous night of watching bad reality television, the House Hunters specifically, I think this evening, Oliver's still around. And I think he's kind of the only one still around.
Where's he at?
He's... I always gravitate toward the kitchen whenever I want to put people in a domestic setting.
People eat.
People eat, it turns out.
People eat food sometimes.
I think that's a wonderful place for him to be.
Excellent. He's in the kitchen. Is Oliver... what kind of movies does Oliver like?
So, when I wrote Oliver's notes for you, I wrote that he writes whatever genre
That's true, you did write that, and I gave that an amount of thought.
Yeah. So I think whatever fits that stereotype. Maybe the stereotype is not the right word. But...
Oliver writes genre romance to sell on the Amazon online book marketplace.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's so good.
None of his writing is like superb, but it does not have to be, and he knows that.
Oh,
like he's got his pet project that he's been working on for a really long time. That's like this sci-fi opera grand romance thing that he's been picking away at for literal years. And in the time that he's been working on that project, he has published 50 novellas on Amazon.
Oh, what a champ.
And this is like early days Amazon too, like when it was still mostly books. This is like back when the Kindle had a battery life of half an hour.
What a babe. Gotta love him.
So he's popping popcorn and laboriously drizzling it with chocolate and white chocolate to watch Hallmark movies for research.
God, this is what an immaculate character. I love this so much.
Thank you.
Fucking white girl automask boy.
I don't know. What do I even? That was so perfect. How do I even approach him now?
He's
Hey,
too
Sebastian.
perfect. He's too good.
What's up?
Nervous. Yeah, Oliver.
Get good sleep.
What's well, if being dead for an amount of hours fully is considered to be good sleep, then yes.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah. That's the
Mm-hmm.
only that's all I got for you.
Good. He gives you
What's-
light hug and goes back to laboriously drizzling chocolate over this tray of popcorn.
Why does it have to be laborious?
Because it okay, so look, and he points at this tray because he's popped popcorn and then transferred it from the bag flat onto. It is. It's on a baking pan that has been lined with wax paper to catch any of the drippings, and he's
Martha Stewart over here.
specifically using a piping bag with a ganache so that it'll actually go on evenly and set properly, and there will be an appropriate amount of chocolate on each of the individual kernels of popcorn, and they won't stick together into clumps. It'll still be individual kernels of popcorn. Extremely high effort.
Oh, thank God. All right, I blush of life, by the way, and
Okay.
I pass.
Cool.
High maintenance ass boy.
Do I just grab it, right? That's the play.
Well, it's not
he's-
set yet, so it will be melty when you grab it.
Oh, that's That's exactly how you want it.
I think he gives wait, and you just grab it anyway.
It's too late. It's already in my mouth.
You already have a handful and are shoving it into your mouth, and it is smeared all over your palm.
Oh, excellent.
And he gives you a fucking golden retriever puppy dog eyes. He's just it wasn't ready though.
But it was really good.
I know it's good, but you gotta wait, or else you get all messy.
I'll let you have the rest of it if you want.
Thanks. I did make it for me originally.
Oh,
but that's fair.
Right. Sorry, I'm hungry. So
I can tell.
How's
it tastes okay.
It tastes okay.
Fun
it's
thing.
popcorn and
Well,
chocolate. How
so
could be
it would
bad?
ordinarily taste great. But here's the thing: you sure are a vampire.
Yeah.
So it's what? Wait, how much humanity does Sebastian have? 7, I think.
7.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah. It tastes good. It tastes good. It's not as good as hot juicy blood, but okay. It tastes like food, and you can manage that, and you can even vaguely get the flavor of chocolate.
Nice. What did I want to talk to Oliver about? I remember what I want to talk to Oliver about. How's the novel writing going?
Fuck.
Good. Not good.
I mean, not. It's a work in progress. It's only 200,000 words.
Only.
Yeah. It needs some editing. I think I should find an editor.
I mean, you want this to be fully first actual published through publisher novel, right?
Yeah, I think.
I guess my question is: are your novellas technically published?
Well,
They feel very.
They have ISBNs. So like they're.
I don't know what that means.
It's
like, does that mean you can get them at the library?
Like cool libraries.
Oh, like adult library.
No, not like. When was the last time?
An ex-librarian here, and I'm dying.
When was the last time you were at a library?
Me?
Not
Me?
you,
Wait.
Sebastian.
Oh my god.
What do I need to go to a library for?
All right, that answers my question. No, like so, it just means that it's like a published work. Like it's a real book. It's just you can't like get a. There, I think you could get like a print by purchase copy of it, like a paperback of some of them, some of the more popular ones, but like it's mostly just like people download them and read them. Like when
wait, so you don't even need a publisher then, because you
well,
publish this, and you market it as, whatever you're marketing it as. I'm sorry, I don't.
It's okay.
I'm trying very hard here, and I'm absolutely bombing 100%.
Fine. You know what? It's fine.
Anyways,
just, I'll keep doing my book things. You keep doing your
yeah.
The music stuff.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah.
How's that piece coming? I haven't heard you practice in a while.
Fine.
Yay!
I mean, it's coming along. I know the notes. It's just hard. It's just technically very difficult.
It's just son of a bitch.
It's like, you know who Rachmaninoff is, right? Like, you understand that name, please.
I like rocks.
Fuck. Anyways, famous pianist, famous composer. Rachmaninoff thought this guy was the best composer of his time. If that tells you anything. So it's hard.
That sounds cool.
It's
and hard.
Historically,
like rocks.
Historically fascinating. Honestly, it is hard like rocks.
That's appropriate because of the name.
I'm gonna steal that because that sounds like a lot of fun.
Little wordplay.
It is a little wordplay, and I appreciate that. And secondly, I am around people who are roughly 1,000 years older than I am.
Oh God.
It's not great.
Are any of them named Rachmaninoff?
Oh, I wish. But they wouldn't understand or probably appreciate me saying that's hard as rocks.
Right. Yeah, not
because
really the comedic vibe.
Something.
Yeah.
No, but I would get a kick out of it, and that is all that matters.
Like it's a joke just for you.
It's yeah.
Yeah.
That's out. OOC. That's all. Those are all of my jokes.
Well, you should do that. Tell me how that goes.
If I'm alive afterwards, I definitely will.
Oh God, are you planning on? Well, I mean, you're not though, right?
Well, am I speaking to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I think I'm alive, unless this is just an extended fever dream between the four of you.
I mean, I did do shrooms like once a while ago.
Jesus Christ! Who gave you shrooms?
Look. You don't need to worry about that right now.
I do need to worry about that right now.
You have important things to do. Don't I? I think I'm gonna. My popcorn is done. I'm gonna go to the living room and completely sober watch some movies.
Can I, while you sit down, you have a wonderful blood sugar enriching snack for after I, get a little bit of a drink on?
Sure.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. Actually, I am gonna ask you to roll.
Ooh.
That your hunter pool.
What does that mean?
So remember when you did alley cat things and there's like a default bit?
No.
Okay, cool. In that case, don't worry about it. It's just a little dice pool
What's
for
your
like
weapon type?
basically feeding in general. It's going to be very easy
Okay.
because these are your folks.
Also, all of that roleplay.
Because you are a cleaver. Yeah. Also, go ahead and just like take experience for that roleplay. Because
Oh yeah.
I apparently like playing Oliver when I'm not trying to do a voice.
Your
I think I
fucking
just need to
smug
stop.
little avatar.
Yeah.
So good. It just has the perfect face for all of that.
It does, and I appreciate that. I was also trying really hard to find a pit crew that had a DM smile,
It's that.
and I think
Yeah,
I did pretty
it's
well.
pretty close.
Cleaver, manipulation plus subterfuge. You take blood covertly from your mortal family or friends. Socialize with your victims, feed from them, and cover it up to groom them for next time.
I also have lingering kiss under presence.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help?
You literally need one success for this to work.
Oh, perfect.
I'm
Okay.
mostly checking for messy crits.
I see. Well, I'm not gonna get it because I got 2 successes. Although I did get 1 on a
My pancake.
hunger die, but
As long as it doesn't, pancakes, what happened?
Inventory.
did it go away again?
Oh, repeat is disabled.
Boo.
Oh, wait, that's wrong.
God, I have the fucking hiccups. Stop.
Oh,
Repeat is disabled.
well, at least it's playing.
Repeat. All. Okay. Good. There we go. Yeah. You rolled 2 success. You're good. Yeah. He is down to let you snack.
Perfect.
You said you were planning on doing that after you got back? Or
After
like,
he sat down.
Oh, after he sat down. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Get him nice and comfy,
Yeah.
and then I'm just gonna drink 2 from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
He vibes. He turns on the Hallmark movie before you start.
Yeah. That's fine.
Damn it, I missed the first 10 minutes of all the boring shit.
Yeah, exactly. Just skipped right to the good bits of a woman complaining about how there aren't any good men in the world anymore, and then finds one who she
In
thinks is
small
bad
town Maine.
because she's poor, because he's poor, and then it turns out that he's actually a millionaire because of his cool woodcutting business.
Right.
It's not a very good movie.
Oh, I had no intention to watch it.
Jeez.
You do notice if and when you do call Doug, that there is a car that follows you around the city about a car's length or 2 behind.
Okay. Because I think next thing I was going to do was call Doug.
Yeah.
And then in the car I'd probably ask, like, that's our tail, right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, well, business to continue. At actually, what time is it roughly?
Clock says 9 p.m.
I've got time. Bring me to my studio. I want to practice for a while, until about 10:30.
Yeah, he drives to your studio.
Cool. I'm just gonna practice there until. Actually, can I make a roll?
I was about to say, I was going to ask you to. I think specifically performance and technically difficult, right? So probably either intelligence or like composure. Maybe stamina if we want to get spicy. Talk about like an endurance test.
I will do
charisma for feeling, intelligence for technicality, and stamina for length.
I think we talked that like the shit is all there. It's actually the feeling.
Oh right, yeah, you're right. It is.
So I think
feeling.
charisma.
So yeah, charisma performance.
Performance makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
That's a lot of dice.
Low stakes. No, not low stakes. You could frenzy during this.
Yeah, why not?
You're a Toreador. You can get angry about it.
Oh shit. All right. Oh my god, that's a crit success.
either of the crits on a hunger die?
One of them, yeah.
Hey, it's a messy critical.
Oh, good. I
Yeah.
can't wait for that. Yeah, so that's 2 successes plus 2 10s.
So 6 successes total, since the 10s count for
Yes.
double.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, you're fucking crushing it. You're crushing it a bit too hard, though. Which is a very funny thing to say. So you get a messy critical, which basically means you succeed really well, but you're not the one who does it, your beast is the one who does it. And that makes a lot of sense in this context, honestly. Like, you're alone, you're focusing really hard, you just ate, so, like, you already blushed of life this morning. Like, you are feeling at, like, your height of vampiric power, honestly, in this moment. And as you practice, as you really put all of your being into the expression and the emotions of this piece, you find that, like, it's kind of not you doing it. Your beast has taken over with this obsession in the beauty. I think the fact that you decided to do this in your studio is particularly relevant because of the resonance of the way that the sound reflects inside of this space as you practice. And if I remember correctly, the Toreador compulsion, which has been triggered exactly once when Silas died,
Yep.
is you become obsessed. I think you practice way longer than you intend to.
Oops.
You just throw all of yourself at this piece. I think you do the perfectionist shit. You practice until it's right. And you do practice until it's right. But until it's right takes like hours and hours.
Oops.
And you just ignore pages, texts, like, just does not matter. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
But by the end of it, like, this is performance ready. Your piece is performance ready now.
It's that easy, kids.
All you have to do is roll 6 successes.
You just have to roll 6 successes.
And let your beast take over.
And you get to play a piano concerto perfectly.
I would like to seed exactly one piece of fear inside of that, which is that the piece was perfect when you were done practicing it. But there is some question as to whether you would be able to replicate that without the beast doing it for you.
But is the beast not me?
That's a fun philosophical question.
Isn't it?
Was the beast the composer, or were you?
I forget where I stop and the beast begins.
Golconda. Boom.
Jeez.
Perfect balance. The most dangerous philosophers are the ones who think they've reached Golconda, not the ones
Do you
continuing
ever
to search
truly
for it.
reach Golconda?
That's a fun conversation to have with probably another Tremere. So yeah, the next time you should arrive to something, you're gonna be late. That's just how I think we're gonna play this effectively.
Yeah.
So, like, if you are, because what I would bet is the next thing that's likely to happen is you're going to gather at the Tartarus sometime this evening. That seems appropriate, probably necessary to form some sort of plan of action. You're going to be late.
Okay.
In the meantime, who would be good to pick on?
I do have one thing I'd like to do, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sal briefly had texted Anita before, to ask a question. I think Sal, and got a response when Sal said, "Hey, what's up?" Sal, she responded, not hungry. Yeah, not hungry anymore."
Mm-hmm.
And then, as she was getting skating home, she kind of realized what would have made her hungry.
Yeah.
And like how she would have been constantly, I guess, how exactly that connected to the meeting and her experience of that meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So Sal would flip open her phone once she's home and say, hey, just wanted to check in again briefly, but um sorry uh I didn't notice how rough that meeting had to have been.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. I'm kind of used to it.
So I hope everything wasn't too bad. I hope I'm not prying.
I still have all my blood, so I'm doing all right.
That's good. Well, that's good to hear.
I made it out without some fuck-ass Ventru cutting my head off, so I'll count that as a victory.
I thought you were going to cut their head off. You were the one doing cutting heads there.
I wish.
No. Either way, happy you're okay. Sorry I didn't say hi when I sort of burst into your home early in the morning to get my phone. So
Yeah, no worries.
yeah.
You
Awesome.
look like you were having fun.
To a degree, yes.
Yeah.
Still among people I don't particularly like. But hell, I did get to see people lose their shit and make people lose their shit. That was fun.
Good. Glad you're
Good.
enjoying it. And yeah, I hope that continues to be a fruitful space for you.
Yeah.
That will be useful.
Alright. Also, I guess it's not much if it gives you any solace, I would take sincere pride in the fact that you can you can engender such antipathy from the people from the stuck up assholes around you, because they know they can't do anything to you right now.
Being a designated rebel is a hard job sometimes.
I can imagine. I hope you know you're doing an amazing ass fucking job.
Heart.
Oh.
Less than 3.
Alright. Close the flip phone.
Yep. As soon as you get to the interior of the gallery, the bookstore, you notice that the owner has left a pile of like a bundle of mail for you. And it is a little stack of like letters that each have a wax seal on them that he's like wrapped a rubber band around and put like a Sal, these are for you.
Sells it. Oh fuck.
It looks like they were delivered between the like over the course of the last like day or so.
Shit. Any
Each of them has a Toreador Rose stamp on them.
Sounds like a fuck. I hope I didn't. Hoping she did not miss any like important shit that she's gonna get chewed out for, and she will sort of just grabbing a little knife out of whatever holes the gallery has.
Mm-hmm. There's surprisingly many. There is a surprising number of knives in just like the main area of the bookstore.
Yeah. And we'll just bring those up to her room and just start cutting.
Yeah. So,
saying crisscross cross applesauce.
First one you open is a missive from Jeffrey.
Fuck.
Which is basically like, I see you've been taking some interest in the Toreador side of the political social events. Fucking good for you, finally. Now that you've shown even a little bit of interest, I would really appreciate it if you would attend these meetings as my emissary, and then report back to me about it. And specifically details like 3 Toreador social events that are just like, it looks like a recurring monthly art show. Basically no more context than that. Seems like some real grunt work ass shit. The other 2 are from Annabelle. One of them being a very elaborate thank you for you can tell that it's a formality. Like, it's clearly something that has been mass produced. It looks like it might be a stamp, like a custom made rubber stamp.
Like an actual printing press sort.
Yes, absolutely. Like old tech shit.
That's really cool, actually.
But it's like it's handwritten. Like, it's clearly Annabelle's script handwritten that has been turned into like a printing plate. That is like an elaborate thank you for attending this social event and being a delight. And it is wordy. It is elaborate. You notice that if you take the first letter of every word, it like spells the current motto of the Toreador in Latin. Like, it's super extra.
Oh, that's incredibly silly and.
And the next one, which is also from Annabelle, is just an invitation to a private party with her for fun, because this is clearly penned same script as the previous letter, but is much more freeform. It's not printing press. You can tell that it has been inked with an elaborate like calligraphy pen, and it's just, hey, that was fun. You should come to this thing. I enjoy your company.
Ooh, what is the party? What?
It's an improv theater performance. Combined with just like broad strokes. It is like, that is the prime entertainment thing going on. But it's a like hangout Toreador specific party. It is like a Toreador, not necessarily upper echelon, but like this is Annabelle's personal private party that she is throwing.
Oh, awesome.
Notably before the other engagements that Jeffrey wants you to go to. The first thing that Jeffrey wants you to go to is in like 2 weeks, and Annabelle's party is in a few days. It's in 3 days, given our 4-day countdown.
Okay. Oh, thank God it's not. Thank God Jeffrey's thing is not relatively soon compared to like the bullshit we have going on right now. That's a relief. Sal will sort of toss. Sal definitely has a paper pile, like a pile of just papers that have not been sorted because she cannot sort for shit.
Right.
So she just tosses it on the paper pile, but starts an extra paper pile for like the Annabelle stuff, because like, oh, this is the paper pile worth actually reading.
Excellent.
All right. And from there, I don't think she has much more to do tonight, I guess. Besides maybe just like
Hanging out
maybe
with the squad.
What? Yeah.
Hanging out with the squad. Either your squad or maybe the squad of the coterie that you were specifically assigned to and have responsibilities for, if you want.
Yeah.
You have a job now.
Can't believe I do.
You could, like, even in the vague world of politics that you're familiar with, a coterie defined by, like, the Primogen would absolutely overrule anything that your sire would give you.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, but just to confirm the timeline, this is after our previous. This is not the next night. This
Correct.
is the.
This is 2 nights. This is 1 full night after you attended that meeting with Annabelle and Sylvia and Anita.
Okay.
There was that night, there was the night we played out last session, and now there's tonight.
Alright. So we okay. So I still do have to meet up with the coterie. So yeah, I guess for now then, Sal's gonna go ahead and before the meetup, if there's enough time, like just hang out.
It's been a while
Hang out
since you
with.
hung out with your little.
Yeah.
I
Just
was
tries
gonna
to
use
call
the word harem. But that's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Sal would kind of be uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
Probably.
No, it's like what I would most broadly describe as like the squad. Your little, maybe like it's more of a literal gang, honestly, of like random ruffians in Chicago.
Yes.
Who are very much attracted to you. Skater crowd, skater boys, skater girls, skater theys.
Yeah, I guess that was what is kind of what Sal would do. Just call the gang out for a little while, just to like meet up after kind of what happened after her prolonged absence.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. And God, where is she? I think she would not call them to the loop, but probably call them somewhere near. Oh, I have an idea.
Yep.
Since this is close to where she lives, I guess. The bridge by the Belmont Blue Line station.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the like where the highway runs over.
Yeah.
Around there, there's specifically there's a specific little. She's like, okay, so let's fucking fuck this place up for now, because there are a bunch of fucking signs under there that she fucking hates that say, for that in some legalese say something akin to, for the safety of the Chicago Commonwealth, the CTA. We have declared the area under this bridge to be private property. All items that are left under here will be will be removed by cleaners or something like that.
Yeah.
Essentially very coded messages of saying, hey, homeless people, if you leave stuff, we're gonna remove it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I was like, you know what? I need to work off some steam. Let's do some stuff here.
Let's fuck this shit up.
Yeah.
Y'all are the type of people who will like wrench spikes off of cement blocks with crowbars, like as you skate past.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can make like a roll if you want to. Are you planning on feeding while you're doing this? Okay. I should have had your thing pulled up. So this is going to be in public. So this will have an increased difficulty.
Although, is this different? I forget what feeding. Is feeding different off of a herd?
It is, but your herd is still in public.
Okay.
I'll give you just +1 because you are doing it in a specifically pseudo-hidden, out-of-the-way space. But I am gonna need a manipulation plus persuasion roll from you.
Okay.
I'm looking for 3 successes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit. That's. Wait, is it 1, 2, 3? No, that's not good at all.
Do you want to spend some willpower to reroll up to 3 non-hunger dice?
Yes. Let's try this again.
You may also rouse the blood to give yourself an additional 2 dice in a specific attribute.
Yeah, let's re-roll first.
Okay.
2, 3. Okay, yeah, that's 3. Spend 1 willpower. That's 3 successes.
All right. Then yeah, you succeed. You manage to get a sneaky bite off without it being particularly obvious. Is the notable point here. I think you can manage to pass it off like you're like getting high in the corner or something. You are close to someone and manage to sink your teeth into a vein. Maybe you go for the wrist this time just for discretion. What's your preferred bite position / body part?
Sal is a very
We haven't gone into any like details about Sal really feeding before.
Sal, the way that Sal likes to feed is kind of the only way I can describe is within just some degree of physical contact with the person in regards to being side by side. The way she likes to do is after essentially like sitting down on a bench and then just leaning on somebody's shoulder for a while, like pretend like being exhausted, like, oh, yeah, we're essentially just how do I being more familiar with somebody, but being familiar with somebody on that kind of level.
Yeah,
sorry if
absolutely.
I'm not explaining this.
No,
very
that's
clearly.
totally fine, and that makes a lot of sense from like a scene queen perspective. So like, these are your groupies. Like they want to be close to you because they think you're very cool. And like trying like it takes a little bit to like single someone out and get them comfortable enough to let you get your teeth on them, but you typically manage, and you've managed to do so this time.
Yeah.
Constance.
Yes.
Joseph's missing.
Yeah.
And Mother Superior has told you that she will promise basically anything to Sylvia to secure her help in the matter.
Yes. The first thing I want to do is I want to go to Brother Joseph's quarters and try and find an item of significance to him.
So, as soon as you enter his quarters, I'm going to give you an Auspex trigger. Because there's a lot of residual energy, and this was very recent. So this is not as imagery intensive. You do get one additional flash. You get a very similar vision that you had to before. Very brief, but you remember the very bright light above you that you remember lying on your back and looking up at before. And you can see beyond that into a space that looks like a hospital room.
Oh gosh, okay, so it's like a room. Okay.
And then additionally, you can see Brother Joseph's footprints on the ground in like this glowing red haze. And for the foreseeable future, you can just see Joseph's footsteps where he has been for a very long time. Which means that in this space, this whole space, the entire convent, is pretty covered in his footsteps. But, like, I'm going to say you can basically see all of his footsteps for the past week.
Oh, wow.
So they're going to be pretty all over the place and maybe a little hard to follow without any further guidance. But that's just a permanent little fixture to your vision now. And you can feel just like a little pulse in the corner of your temple to where your Auspex is like, aha! Not letting you go, bitch.
That's a lot. Okay.
It helps that you are very connected to this person.
Yeah, no kidding. Can I grab a trinket of his anyways?
Sure.
Just for...
Um,
We don't
things
keep
that are
much,
around the
but...
room of his. Yeah, he has a few things. Notably, he has a little journal that he writes in daily. It's very nice. It's a little leather-bound thing. He writes in it with a like the only nice thing he owns is like this $150 fountain pen that he uses for writing his little journals in. And for as long as you have known this man, which is he was in the Mother Superior's community before you were, he has always had this journal and has written in it literally nightly for as long as you have known him.
Wow, okay.
Notably, there's not an entry for last night.
I was about to say, so
'Cause
his
he was
last
not
entry
here.
would have been for the night before.
Not even, because he
Oh,
disappeared
shit.
that night.
Oh, right.
So it has been 2 nights since he has written in this journal. Got some catching up to do.
Is there anything of note in the last entry? Does he talk about anything interesting?
Primarily worries about the convent's hunger situation. The last several writings in his journal are about how several of the younger brothers and sisters are hungry and afraid to hunt, and he knows then he has been functioning as a I was going to use the words blood vessel, which is very funny. So I'm going to continue to use those words.
Blood vessel. God.
So he has been effectively ferrying blood from... He has gone on... He's detailed several... very careful. He's noted in his journal how he has been, generally speaking, very, very careful about his hunts. But feeds much more than he would need to otherwise, basically to keep down to 1 hunger, and then distributing that to other members of the clergy.
Okay.
And the one immediately before that is a writing about his concerns about that, and specifically his concerns about that in the long term.
Yeah.
But just that he knows that he is doing what he can for his brothers and sisters right now.
Okay. I think that just confirms kind of her own suspicions and guilt. She's gonna hold on to the notebook for now.
Okay.
And then she's gonna seek out Mother Superior.
Yeah. She's around. She's doing her nightly affirmations. Not the right thing. Dedications. That's the word I was looking for.
Affirmations is fun though.
It's basically the same thing. You are not cringe. You are
You are
change.
not.
Jesus does love me, and yes, I do know.
Oh my fucking
It's
god.
so good. But yeah, she's around, and I would say the word available, just insofar as she is always available, broadly speaking. But there's like a little bit of a line, if that makes sense. It's not a literal physical line, but there's like, you can tell there are like 2 other people hovering nearby, waiting to also capitalize on her time while after she is done with the things that she is doing. Would you like to make some sort of roll to edge to the front of the line? Or you can wait.
Yeah, I think she would just wait.
Yeah.
But she definitely feels that she needs to talk to her.
Certainly urgent. Yeah, so Mother Superior finishes with her little devotional, and first talks to
Sorry, Sylvia.
talks to Sister Joyce about some matters of the kindred and acolyte housing situation. Like, basically, kind of like, this is where we're at right now with this, like, fucking, my brain's bad. Scrum. Of just like, this is what we did yesterday. This is what we intend to do. This is what's kind of in the way. Just like giving a status update on stuff that's going on. And Mother Superior is just like, yes, okay, good. Then continue. Please do it until it is done. Thank you. And gives her like a grateful nod and sends her on her way, and then has a brief conversation with Sister Mary. Sister Mary is the other person waiting to talk to Mother Superior, and they have a little side to side specifically about some sorcery stuff. Sister Mary has come to Mother Superior with one of her books, one of her tomes that she learns from and reads from. It's one that she's been reading from a lot regularly. You know, when you're around someone who reads, they always have like the book that they are reading with them so that they can pour into it at any given point in time when they have a spare couple minutes. It's that book. Mm-hmm. And they spend considerably more time going over that. It's a little over your head. Can you roll Intelligence Occult for me? Low stakes.
Intelligence. Where the okay, there we go. Jeez. Intelligence. Occult. Oh god, so many dice. And 2 of these are gonna be okay. Good work. Ah, my die. All right, need to get another die. Oh my gosh, so many. I hate this. Okay. 8, 7, 4, 2, 2, 10 on the hunger die, 7 on the hunger die.
Okay, that's 4 successes. And no crits. Even though it was low stakes. Yeah, so they're talking, and they're specifically discussing the specific means by which one would conduct a ritual to prove externally that one had committed diablerie. It sounds like Sister Mary, after having talked to Sylvia briefly about, like, well, yeah, there is a thing we could do to, like, prove that someone had done this. Mary's been doing some study into, like, okay, well, I know that's theoretically possible. What would we actually have to do to make that happen?
Right, okay.
It sounds like kind of a lot. And one of the main components, the thing that she's discussing with Mother Superior in specific, is one of the main things required for that specific ritual is a pint of the kindred's vitae.
A pint? That's a
which
lot.
Is
I didn't think they needed a pint for
it's a lot.
Like a while. A pint is a lot.
Yeah. So and like her whole bit is like, can we use less? Can we use a lot less? Can we not use? Can we do it without needing their vitae so that we can like do it without them? Because there's like basically no way to get a pint of vitae without either them consenting to it or several more powerful vampires taking it from them.
Right. Yeah, that's woof.
And Sister Mary's trying to figure out that puzzle. But after discussing the whole, like, actual logistics of the ritual itself, like, it is the most vital component of the ritual for a reason. Because you rolled so many successes, I'm going to tell you what the ritual, like, does specifically and why it would prove someone had committed diablerie.
Okay. Fun.
People's vitae remains functionally the same even if it is consumed by other kindred. Because your vitae is created, kind of, when a kindred consumes blood and converts that mortal blood into kindred vitae. So, if a kindred drains another kindred's vitae, you could perform a ritual to separate any vitae that does not belong to that kindred from their own vitae, and effectively split it off. So if someone had committed diablerie, you could literally like fork the vitae inside of their body and take out any that does not belong to them.
Fucking whack.
And if they have like, and if you like, for example, within the people in this convent, that's a little problematic because y'all drink from each other a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what happens when we just kind of take sips?
Right. But the thing is, you'd be able to show that pretty easily, because if you separated your vitae from
By
someone
volume.
else's, it would still almost exclusively be yours. But if you diablerized someone,
then it's
especially
a lot
because you
more.
absorb their vampiric power, it sticks around. So you would basically be like forking that person's vitae in half, which is really
sick.
obvious, and also would be extraordinarily painful.
Yeah, holy fuck. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
That's-
so that's what Sister Mary's been researching.
Sister Mary's so fucking scary.
If that person had committed diablerie more than twice, it would fork into proportional amounts.
Crazy.
And she's been going over the blood sorcery of how that happens, why it happens, how to make it happen. And it's like, a pint? Do we need a pint?
I think Constance is starting to understand why nobody likes Tremere.
And this is like pretty low key for Tremere.
Yeah.
Tremere do a lot more scary things than this.
Still.
Like, you should talk to Disable sometime. Check out what kind of blood sorcery shit they're getting into.
Man.
Or just
I've been
other
trying.
Tremere. There are
It's
other Tremere in
scary, too.
Chicago.
Everyone's
You could
so
find House
scary.
Karna if you wanted to. Anyway, Mother Superior is free now. She looks to you and is just like, I'd wonder if you'd want to talk more. How are you doing, daughter?
I would be lying if I said well.
Understandable in these times, under these conditions.
I had hoped, should you have the time and inclination, I haven't taken confession in a very long time.
Mother Superior kind of looks around and notices that there's like another kindred and another acolyte waiting for her, and is just like, I have time now. Why don't you come with me? And she like shoos the two of them like with a very gentle, I'll see you later. And she takes you into her chambers specifically to sit you down, which she has partitioned specifically for this purpose. So you've got like the door into your little section, like your little room. She's taken up residence in one of the studies. She's effectively converted it into living quarters. But you can't see the living quarters because she has also constructed a mesh confessional door inside of the door, right? So she's like made a little entryway partition for such activity. And when she opens her little door to move into her actual living quarters and a little bit through the mesh, you can see that her living quarters is quite finely decorated. Pretty, not extravagant isn't quite the word, but it's very clear that she is living comfortably.
Yeah, okay.
And she sits herself on the other side of the screen and just goes, please, lay yourself down at my feet.
Constance will kneel in the appropriate manner. Hands folded, elbows on the rest. Bless me, for I have sinned. It has been, I don't even know, several months since my last confession. I've committed the sin of wrath. In a moment of fear and confusion, I thought to right a sin with another sin. I took out those feelings on one of my sisters. I regret it now. I tried to apologize and make right with her. But the wrath is still there. Not with her. The wrath was never at her. It was... Something I understand is... I'm not exactly like my other brothers and sisters. They've got particular talents and knowledge, and they're studied and established. I do what I can, but I'm not like them. I feel... I don't know why I'm here.
And this causes you anger.
I give what I can, and it feels like it's never enough.
Enough for whom?
Why did you choose me? You chose me, and then I come here and I do what I can. And then you give me away. And you told Mary, and you didn't tell me.
I hear your frustration, child. I chose you because you are so very like me when I was younger. Because I know that without my guiding hand and without my place, you will make decisions that will be the best for this community. Because you care, like me, so very much for your brothers and sisters and our flock and children. I I tell Mary because she has specific purposes. Because she has abilities that we must use in this place to carve out our own little haven. I'm sorry you felt that I gave you away, child. Truly, I am. But you must know that it is because I trust you so very much.
Please tell me how to stop feeling this way.
Do you know if it is you or if it is your beast?
I don't know if I can tell the difference. If it's me, that scares me even more.
It's okay to be scared. His gifts can be overwhelming, confusing, frustrating, but they are gifts. You know that more than anyone. I understand the anger, and well, I cannot make it better in this moment right now. I need you to know that you are not a token, not to be discarded, not to be used or given away, but you are mine. You are my child. You are my congregation. And that will always be true. The little internal door creaks open, and she steps through into the space with you. It's small, with the outer door closed as well, in this little chamber, you and her. And there is one small track of blood tearing down her cheek from her eye. And she extends hands to you, hoping to lift you from the ground.
Yeah, Constance will reciprocate.
She holds you up and looks at you. Can you make an insight roll for me?
An insight roll?
Wits insight.
Wits insight? Wits. Where's my fucking insight? Okay.
She's going
God.
to be rolling. I'm not going to tell you what she's rolling.
God, what fucking dice? Okay, here we go. Jesus. Try not to throw my dice everywhere this time. Yeah. Fuck.
She's going to spend a point of willpower.
Shit.
Because for a pool
actually-
of 7 dice, she did not roll very well.
7? Fuck.
That was literally me last
It's
session.
not
I think
better.
I got 1 success.
It's not a lot better. Okay. Let the dice land as they may.
I want to use
Sometimes-
a...
Sometimes you can
Go
just tell
ahead.
that Mother Superior is lying, you know? It's fine.
I'm gonna use a willpower. I
Please
get to reroll how many?
You may also rouse the blood if you want to add another 2 dice. You get to reroll up to 3 non-hunger dice.
Okay. Oh, well, that's not a very good bargain.
If you
could
rouse
rouse.
the blood, you can add another 2 dice and then use willpower to reroll those if you would like. I've decided for the sake of rules, I don't know about the order of operations here, but that you can rouse and
Use willpower.
use willpower basically at any time before you announce the goal. As long as I have not told you like a bar to meet, you're free to use either of those things in either order. Because I just think that's fun.
I think I want to rouse.
Go for it.
That's just one.
Just
that's
a D10. Yep, just a coin flip.
That was a 9.
Okay, so you do not get hungrier.
And I get to add 2 more die?
Mm-hmm. You'll specifically add 2 in wits, but it doesn't super matter.
Okay. 2, and then I get to reroll.
Up to 3 after you add 2. So roll those 2 and see the result first.
Okay. So many. God. Okay. All right. And then reroll.
And then reroll up to 3 non-hunger dice.
Yes, bitch. All right. 9, 8, 8, 7, 5. Hunger die. 9, 4.
So you got 5 successes.
Yes.
Okay.
If she fucking somehow, I swear to God.
What?
Wait, wasn't that 6?
Wait, what was the?
Because you said 9, 8, 8, 7, 5, 9, 8.
Here, yeah, 9, 8, 8, 7, 5, and then the hunger die were 9 and 4.
Oh,
9 and 4. Yeah. So
My bad.
so 5.
So it is 5, yeah.
Might be.
That's
I mean,
really
still,
good.
5's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
this motherfucker, she fucking did better than that.
No, you win.
Be like, holy shit.
In the context of she's gonna take 2 willpower damage, which is just the social construct, right? Like there's not a lot visible there, but you can tell that what she said is mostly true. You also absolutely know that the tear is fake.
She squeezed that one out.
Because even though she is producing a very reasonable performance of care and adoration and consideration, it is clear that some amount of it is a performance.
Constance probably had an expression of vague anxiety and maybe a little bit of misery coming into this. I think it just kind of smooths over into just kind of neutrality, blankness. And she'll kind of straighten her shoulders. What penance shall I do?
Out of character.
Hmm?
Are you looking for like Catholic shit? Because I don't
It could
know
be-
that.
Penance is usually just like prayer.
Yeah.
Like do this many prayer.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Like that.
It's basic, yeah. Just like how many times you do the rosary, kind of in a
Right.
row.
Thank you.
1 is minor. Anything like up to like 3 is like also sort of minor. Anything more than that is just like okay, like you did a lot.
You need to fucking pray.
It's supposed to be a big reflection thing,
mhm.
and like that's it.
Thank you. Resident ex-Catholic.
Haha. Yeah.
I have done so much research for this.
I wish I didn't have to do research. I fucking
Bless.
lived that shit.
We're sorry.
My apologies.
Look.
Do 1 extra rosary just for that now.
This is the religious trauma squad. Yeah. But I want to put a vampire twist on that. So,
100% yes.
she wants you to do prayer and conduct a specific blood sorcery ritual.
Okay.
Which ones do you have?
I have.
Do you have walk the line?
I don't have that.
Okay.
I have wake with evening's freshness and ward against ghouls.
Okay. Then I'm going to say that she has prepared Bloodwalk for you.
Okay.
All the ritual components and stuff like that, and just needs you to do it yourself. Which means effectively so the way Bloodwalk works is it's a taste for blood, but like times 10.
More serious, yeah.
And basically as a self-reflective thing, members of this particular community of Canaanites will conduct a blood walk on themselves as a self-reflective act of their lineage and bloodline and acts and embrace, etc. It does require 1 rouse check's worth of blood, so you will need to rouse for that.
Okay.
It's penance.
You
You don't need to do it immediately.
Okay.
You are expected to do it tonight.
Tonight.
And this is like low if we were just talking about severity, this is like low severity.
Okay.
Low to medium. It's enough that like it's an inconvenience. She didn't just ask you to like fucking clean the bathrooms or whatever. But like, not that would be a very weird thing for anyway. I don't know, brain. But yeah, low to mid
Gotcha.
penance.
Alright, in that case, she's going to basically bid the mother good night and let her know that she's going to head to Tartarus.
Excellent. Sylvia,
Hello.
how are you doing this evening?
So I've had a little bit of time to think of exactly what she would be doing this evening.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty thoroughly. She has turned her entire office space basically into a giant conspiracy theory lair.
Hell yeah. Get on some of that
And the
Malkavian shit.
entire night, it had just been, she's torn the office apart. More or less.
Mhm.
All the furniture, except her desk and chair, has been thrown out of the room. And wall to wall is covered with her own writings. Anything that she can do to connect it. She has the red threads,
Mhm.
everything.
Absolutely. I think having just a spool of kind of ragged red yarn is mandatory for most Malkavians.
So it's pretty much so. She's a bit of an artist. She has very base portrait sketches. They're all kind of very off, though. Just for being a Malkavian, I feel like that would be best.
They're a little funky.
Everything's just slightly uncanny valley.
They're a little asylum wall drawing ish.
More or less, yes. And it's wall to wall. All four corners of the room are basically completely covered. It's a miracle she didn't do it over the door, honestly.
Awesome. And like, so could you give me some like what's your info? What are you connecting?
It's pretty much everything that's happened so far. Like everything that she knows as of right now is on these walls of everything that's transpired within the last month or so since like the campaign started.
Sick.
Meeting everyone, the connections between all the player characters and like their known NPCs, everything about the conspiracy in like the underground with the Diablerie, all the Primogens, all of them, plus Prince Jackson, slight bits about Anita and the anarchist group, everything about the Second Inquisition, everything about the Order of St. Leopold's, quite literally everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent.
And she has been tirelessly. So I did pass my hunger check today, my rouse check. I want to fail it.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
I want to be at 4 now, just because she's so intensely doing this.
Yeah. Actually, a suggestion.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Please,
a
absolutely.
suggestion. You succeed your morning rouse check and immediately pump that into intelligence. Like basically until you fail. Basically you're going to pump a rouse check's worth of blood into that. Just insofar as this is useful for you, like this way of thinking and whatnot, and because of that, I'm basically gonna let this room be a bit of a hint box. Like if you have questions, like for the cost of 1 blood, of 1 hunger, and the cost of being at 4 hunger, you can, any connection that you haven't made, that you have question, like anything you could reasonably discern, or maybe a little bit of extra info that can be like Sherlocked out, I am super willing to answer that style of question for you. I have
one, actually.
Yeah, go for it.
I have no idea if I'm going to get this information or if anything will come from it. But I am very interested in the 3 people that Prince Jackson brought in.
Yeah.
I want to know if there's any connection to the 3 of them to anything here.
Yeah.
Like, is there anything I can discern
I think you can.
Why they're here?
Those are 2 questions, and I will answer both of them.
That is fine.
The first one being just no, and you can figure that out pretty easily with your web, which is just like there is no they as far as you can tell, they've literally arrived yesterday evening, and there's no reasonable way they could have like been around for all of the nonsense that y'all have been going through. So it's possible that Mother Superior has had influence, given that her group has been here for the time, but it's very unlikely that she would have anything to do with the older Diablerie.
Sorry, can you repeat that for me?
Sierra and Malenkov hard no, but Mother Superior could have through agents, right? Because her like the basically the pilot group that Sister Constance is a part of was around when the Malkavian was found. But there's not really any chance that they were involved when the Ventru was diablerized, because that was some months earlier before Mother Superior had any influence in the region.
Yeah. The convent came in roughly a month ago, correct?
Yeah.
Am I correct in assuming that?
Yep.
Okay. So
basically like right at the beginning of the
There's a month
campaign.
gap. There's a month gap between the first disappearance of the Ventru and the convent being created.
Probably closer to 2, because you got that information from Juanica basically immediately after you learned about the first one.
Okay, because the information I have, it says 2 months ago for the Ventru.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm gonna
you're right.
I'm gonna drop that note quickly in text for voice, because this is what I was told that day.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's accurate. Yeah, there is a month gap.
All right. Perfect. I just want to make sure like my timeline's completely correct, because it's Sylvia who's doing it, so obviously she has to have it correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. So those are my 2 questions.
I'll also let you note that
Please.
So in that note, this is a thing that you are realizing with all of your notes and stuff. You have noted likely a very old vampire.
Yes.
Because of the strength required to commit the kind of diableries that have been noted.
Also the way it was done.
Yeah. But considering that a kindred who commits diablerie gains effectively a generation's worth of power, would mean that they would a kindred who had committed diablerie could be younger. Not like, definitely not younger than you, but like obviously that would squarely put Sun in the red zone of that, because he is not an ancient vampire, but he is an old vampire who had committed diablerie.
He's a higher generation than Sylvia too, right? Isn't he like 8 or 9?
He is 1 generation above you.
Okay.
Age officially, age-wise.
All right, gotcha. Okay, that's not as bad, but still, that's still a giant leap. God, he was my sire's level. Okay.
He's pretty old. He has been around for a long time.
Another question, just discerning diablerie. Just like going around it. Sylvia probably knows of it, but not like a lot about it, because obviously she's never committed it.
Yeah.
To our knowledge, but actually, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke.
The DM will remember this.
Haha. Fuck.
It's not too late to try.
If you are, so say it is Sun. We're just gonna use him because we know he's 9th generation.
Sure.
Let's say, just hypothetically, theoretically, he diablerizes Sylvia. She's a generation lower than he is. He wouldn't become the 8th generation, though. You only jump up generations if they're a higher generation than you?
Right. It would take multiple younger kindred to give you the equivalent of an older kindred.
Oh. Oh, it can happen, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. That's actually pretty big. Is there any studies about how much it would... Is there any, like, super deep web shit, basically?
Right, that would be some pretty...
Tech?
So that's the kind of information that you would probably need to talk to someone about.
Okay.
Either, like, someone who knows about blood sorcery, or someone who knows about, like, the type of people you would want to talk to for that information would be Tremere, like Abraham DeSable or Mother Superior, or people who care a whole lot about bloodline and generation, like Prince Jackson or other
that
Ventru.
or any fucking Ventru, basically.
Do you think that the Nosferatu would be a good group to talk to, because they're like information brokers, right?
They're a big fan of information and secrets, but more on the political spectrum.
I was gonna say this might be there might be a Nosferatu out there that's like this, but I doubt it. Honestly,
It's also specifically a kind of information that Nosferatu probably would not like to keep around, because they already get shit for keeping records in general, and keeping records of the cool beneficial effects of diablerie would be pretty dangerous.
Especially with just already how dangerous committing diablerie is.
Mm-hmm.
Like the consequences of even doing it.
Dire.
Having literally any group, no matter what status, what like allegiance, can just hunt you down.
Yeah.
For free.
Also, it doesn't help that Sylvia already owes the Nosferatu a couple favors.
Correct. I own one, thank you. But it could work if I don't have any other options.
Yeah,
but
would not be a great first pick, but if you did some real
Mother
digging.
Superior sort of in my corner is already a big step in the right direction. Was everyone supposed to gather at Tartarus today?
Not officially. You could summon them.
I
if you
would like
want
to make a field trip, actually.
Ooh.
I would like to go to the convent.
Oui. Constance, you said you were headed for Tartarus, right?
That's funny. I did not remember that.
Yeah. She did leave early basically last evening. But I think she just kind of assumes that she's just meant to report to Tartarus now.
Yeah. Then I think you meet in the middle. As Sylvia is on her way to the convent.
I think.
Oh, you know what? This is actually great. Actually, scratch that. Scratch all of that. I want you to come to Tartarus before I leave.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I want to show you the room. So.
Okay.
I can work with this.
Yeah, then probably I'm trying to think, how long did I wait? Because I am technically the closest in terms of just like
location.
I think so.
Yeah. You would be, I think, out of
probably
everyone.
There still, despite having to wait, but that would make sense, I guess. Yeah. Constance will arrive.
May I pause for a quick break?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Not a problem.
Just a quick 5.
Sure thing.
Coolio.
Be right back then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like actually so nauseous. Jesus. I think I need a drink, so I will also be right back.
I am returned.
Welcome back. I wish this chair didn't fucking squeak.
There's probably no way that I'll be able to show up at the convent, huh?
I wouldn't say that. I'll just tell you the thing that I'm planning on, timing wise, because I think it would be funny and useful. You definitely arrive at Tartarus after Sylvia and Constance have left for the convent.
Fuck.
But Victor will very helpfully give you the address and instructions on how to get to where they are going.
Juicy.
Man.
And Sal, I don't know if Sal's around. Or Eli, rather.
Are you here, Eli?
Yes. Yes, I am here.
If you
Sorry.
would like to be around at Tartarus also after Sylvia and Constance have left, but before Sebastian arrives, you may.
You can all
Field
just
trip.
chill
Field
with
trip.
fucking Victor for a while.
Well, Victor's
Oh,
gonna
not-
tell them where you are.
Oh, that's yeah.
And
you
how
can
to get
still
there.
chill with them.
No.
You can just hang out with Victor.
Literally a good
Right.
guy.
He's so
What
cool.
else? Come on.
He's so
He's
nice.
the most helpful.
He's so
man.
acquainted with the nightlife of Chicago.
Yes,
He
he is.
is.
That's what Doug says too, and I fucking hate that guy. So, no.
Oh, I like Doug. I think he's funny.
I have a feeling Sal might arrive around the same time because I don't think Sal would wait for Sebastian otherwise. If that's alright.
Yeah, you may do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think it'd be funny if you arrived at the same time as me and I offer you a ride, and then we sit in the car and you don't like me.
Yeah.
I think, to me, that's very fun.
I don't know.
But
Maybe
okay,
you do
yeah,
like
that
each
makes
other.
sense,
Who
yeah.
knows?
You can whatever you think makes most sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're all back. Sister Constance, you arrive at Tartarus.
I think, are you, like, manning the floor in your usual fashion, or are you,
Sorry, I'm typing something pretty important right now.
Oh,
I'll
shit.
be
We're
right
having a quick
there.
exchange.
What was it called? What is the party's called?
coterie?
No. Like the party that I had the
Elysium?
Elysium. That was
Elysium.
it. I promise. I just need to like type. Okay, I edited.
Yeah, definitely.
I have. Okay, awesome, perfect. Never mind. That's all I need to know. That's what I need to know. Okay,
Oh, damn.
continue. I'm here now.
Yeah, Constance is just looking for you. She just comes in and she's ready to do business.
I don't think you see Sylvia at all, honestly. I think you are probably quite literally stopped by Victor, who knows, like, at this point, all of the staff under, like, Sylvia's, like, guidance know you all.
Yeah,
They
like
know
Definitely.
that you're, like, quote-unquote honored guests. And, like, I think she would quite literally call you all VIP.
Sorry, what?
Call you all VIP.
VIP. Funny.
Just to, like, add to the flavor. And could I play Victor for just, like, a tad
Please.
bit?
Please do.
Okay. Just because I know what he kind of wants to do, and I don't want you to have to just read my mind there.
Go for it.
Awesome. And
I
I
love it
think
when players take over NPCs. Makes my life easier.
absolutely. I think he approaches you, and he smiles and just kind of like nods his head as like a greeting.
Constance will give a more muted, polite nod. She's not feeling very smiley.
That is fair. To what do we owe the pleasure this evening? I do not think the lady was expecting you.
Oh, well. If there's no business for the coterie tonight, then I come on personal business.
Urgent?
I would say so.
And I think he just kind of looks at you and gives you like a quick once-over. And probably not getting much of a read on you, just kind of like nods. I will rouse our good lady. She is a little predisposed at the moment. Please, give me just a minute. And he'll just kind of nod his head again. And he will go in the direction of the office. And you see him gently test the doorknob. It doesn't budge. And you just see him gently, like, wrapping his fingers, like, against the door. And seemingly saying something through the door. And a few moments later... Well, it's a nightclub. You probably wouldn't hear anything.
Just seeing a lot of...
The door would open very slightly. And he would motion for you to go on in.
Yeah, Constance will tentatively, she'll like give him a strange look and then tentatively enter.
I think he just gives you a very kind of like apologetic look before you enter. And it is very different as soon as you enter the room. Like, that's just a given.
Yeah.
It literally everything that you had known about this, and you had been in so many times before.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very stark contrast, and probably the closest thing you've seen to Sylvia being a true Malkavian. Other than you having kind of felt the cobweb before when you once drank from her. This is also probably the first time you've seen her truly, like, disheveled. Her hair isn't properly put up as it always is. There's a few buttons on her blouse undone. And she's just muttering to herself in the corner as she's staring at this picture. And if you inspect it any closer, it is of Mother Superior.
Yeah, I think Constance probably hovers awkwardly for just a moment. And then when she realizes that her being there is not going to get your attention at all, she'll very, very gently, like, tap you on the shoulder and give a little, like, polite
It definitely catches her attention, and she stops for a moment. She doesn't jump, because she knew you were there the entire time. She just elected to continue on with what she was doing.
Right.
More or less.
She's got that hyper focus.
She is incredibly focused. And it kind of snaps her out of it, and she does turn around, and she just seems... Annoyed is not the word I want to go for, but perturbed, I suppose? I do not think I called the coterie. I assume here on a personal call. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visits this fine evening, dear sister?
I suppose first I'll ask, are you alright?
You're asking a Malkavian if they're alright?
Listen.
Are you sure about that?
She's a little worried.
And I think she sighs. I've been better. I've just been very hard at work, as you can see. And she just kind of like motions to the walls behind her. Like she has one hand open, the other hand is holding a few nails between two fingers and then the spool of thread in her palm.
I can see. I'm afraid I do have a fairly urgent matter to bring to your attention.
Her eyebrows raise. Oh.
One of our brothers has not come home.
I see. And do you believe him to have gone missing? I assume so.
I was able to provoke a few visions. I am hopeful that he's still with us, but I don't know. He's in a room somewhere, immobilized.
I see.
It's disconcertingly similar to before, but also not. I hate to ask this, knowing there's so much that needs to be done, but if there's a chance that we can still recover him, I'd like to take it. And we're going to need your help for it.
God, the music's good with it. And with this, she puts down the nails and the thread onto the desk that has been strewn with just papers, pencils, pens, everything. And she holds out her hand. Would you mind sharing this vision with me?
I think she'll slowly take your hand.
As soon as your skin makes contact with each other.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna trigger Auspex.
That's what I was kind of hoping for, so
Yeah.
okay, awesome.
Because there's a lot of psychic energy, and again, much more than before, this is fresh. This is recent. This is not a cold case. The energy is still very extremely present in this space. And what specifically happens with you, Sylvia, is you gain the same visions that Sister Constance has, insofar as you can see Brother Joseph's footprints now. There aren't any nearby, but you know you can.
And I can see them clearly in the vision, and yeah, okay.
And you get a Cliff Notes vision, basically, of what Sylvia got before, or what Sister Constance got before when she forced her vision the first time.
I can kind of redescribe it if we need to. I took notes from...
I would love that, personally.
So, the big things of note from the vision before was that Joseph was on a cold, hard surface. He was immobilized. He was experiencing periodic pain on his sides and legs. and he was staring up into a light. And now we have the further information of it's some kind of room, like a hospital room, and that there were people nearby, but we're not sure who.
Additionally, because I think it would be fun, Sylvia,
Yes.
You get an additional Cliff Notes version of Sister Constance's morning confessional from the perspective of Sister Constance.
Damn it!
Of what?
From the perspective of Sister Constance.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Tough.
Oh, do I sense that this has been like transferred? Am I like?
Yeah, you do. Because you re-experience your vision, and then the connection doesn't sever. It's like it just keeps going until you can actively like pull the. Actually, can you make like a willpower save? I'm gonna go ahead and say.
Do I have to roll against
Not
this?
you. If you are actively okay.
If you want to like hold on.
I was about to say, Sylvia, if you are actively trying to keep the connection open, you may.
So, I wanted to force myself into the first vision, not the confessional.
Yeah.
Because, God know it, Sylvia likes information. She's not going to be the person to pry into someone's private meeting.
It does feel a
with their
little
dire.
intrusive.
It is very intrusive. It's literally just like reading someone's diary or journal.
Then in
And
that
that-
case,
That puts her off.
in that case, you can help with this roll to try and sever the connection.
I would like to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think she's confused of what's happening at first. And then she senses, like, Sister Constance, like, super uneasy with this. And then it's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, then Sylvia, or not Sylvia, Sister Constance, straight up composure resolve.
Composure is all okay.
And then Sylvia, you can pick half of one of those two to add. To
So I have a 4 and then a 3. So roll
so both would be. I'm saying round up for help, so both would be 2.
2. Okay, I will roll 2d 10 then.
You like that? So many fucking die. Aw, man, are you fucking okay? I rolled bad.
This roll does have stakes.
So many
How
fucking
bad?
dice. I hate this. Okay. Okay, no, maybe not so bad. Just this needs to be okay. So I rolled 9, 6, 6, 2, 2, 7, 10. 7, 10 on the hunger die.
Okay, that's 5. That's 5. That's a lot of successes.
I completely failed.
Okay, cool.
I got no successes.
So Sylvia definitely tries to help, but at the end of the day, Constance, you like hardline sever the connection, and you feel no resistance from Sylvia in that. So Sylvia is very much did not intend for this to happen. I imagine it's a little awkward for a hot second.
Yeah, I think Constance just kind of like it takes like a half step back and just goes really stiff, hands folded in front of her.
Sylvia's hands are she kind of like holds her own hands and has sort of at like her chest area. Please forgive me.
It wasn't on
I
purpose.
swear
Don't
to you.
just forget what you saw. And know that I don't resent you for what happened.
I think this is the ooh. She looks almost concerned, but in like a sad way. I don't know what's the proper word for it.
Oh,
Like it's
honey.
not pity, but it's just like genuinely like I want to make sure that you're okay, but I do not know how to go with this at the current moment. And I think she just composes herself pretty immediately and just nods. "'Tis already out of my mind." Although, with all of that, was there any way that I could push the first vision with my own auspex to see if I can get any more of anything revolving Brother Joseph?
I want to say yes.
Because we've done that before.
We have.
Basically in the other direction where it was like
I think in this case
you had a connection to the Malkavian.
I'll let you roll for it.
Okay.
But it's not going to be so much trying to get more vision, so much as you're attempting to get more to contextualize it for yourself.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So, obviously, auspex.
Mm-hmm. I think it's auspex
Would it be under premonition?
composure.
I could
yeah,
do
it would be the
composure.
premonition roll.
Okay. Can someone have it open?
Yeah, I literally have it in front of me.
Alright, perfect. I do not want to have to try and find that document again.
Not level 3. Premonition.
It's a second
Resolve.
level.
Resolve plus auspex.
Resolve. Okay, that's actually still a decent... I'm not gonna get my bonus to intelligence. Not
Correct.
an intelligence roll.
Yep.
Okay.
Just resolve.
So... Okay.
And the intelligence bonus is mostly for the stuff pertaining to your web.
Alright, so it's gonna be 60-10. The only thing is, though, I'm now at 4 hunger dice.
I'll encourage you to take half of that pool, which is automatically rolling 3 successes. And not having to roll.
Ooh.
You may roll if you want to.
I'm going to do that. I don't want to risk getting hungrier.
And completely reasonable, because this is within...
I'm literally... Yeah.
Hungry.
I'm gonna roll just for funsies.
Oui.
I'm so glad I didn't. Actually, it would have been... Anyways.
So, you get some additional context. The things that you can decipher in the vision specifically. I think the way that I would like to put this in context is as this is something that you're doing when you are experiencing the vision, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Just like reading into it, and I think you have the presence of mind to take in all the details more so because it's not your vision, and
She's
it is
also
less
very
overwhelming.
detail oriented right now.
Yeah.
It just makes more sense.
Importantly, this vision is current. Meaning that to the best of your auspex knowledge, Brother Joseph is very much still in the land of the unliving.
So it's probably recent as in like the last like hour?
Recent
or
as
like
in like when
the last minute.
Constance had it.
Oh, okay.
Which would be this early evening.
Okay.
You know for sure that it is not just like a medical room. This is a hospital wing. This is like definitively a room in a hospital in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
You know that there are people around. You don't know who they are or their identities, but you know that 2 of them are kindred and 1 of them is immortal.
Interesting. Specifically mortal, no, not ghoul.
Correct.
Interesting.
Wait. 2 kindred?
Mm-hmm.
Is it 2 kindred including Brother Joseph?
No,
Or
two kindred aside.
So it's
from
gonna be
Brother Joseph.
3 in the room plus a...
What? Yes.
Okay. Getting all our ducks in a row.
Okay.
And that is
this is
as
big.
of when the vision occurred.
Okay. Is Sister Constance also experiencing this, or is it just me?
You may lend that knowledge if you would like. Either
If there's any
verbally
way
or
that I
just
can,
psychologically. Or just
if
like
there's any
you're
way
in
I just
connection.
like, there's the connection
Yeah.
that we already have at that moment.
You're experiencing thought together, which I'm sure is disorienting for both of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably more for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
Like, Constance is used to visions to a certain extent. They're still a little new to her. Like, all of this vampire shit is still kind of novel and new. But that specifically is just a little bit weird to her.
So if you hear Sylvia at all during this, it is talking at 1,000,000 miles a minute, but it's just all like incoherent rambling mumbling.
Is there a chair that's not like upturned or like against a wall?
There actually is one at her desk that is currently housing a few like discarded papers.
God.
That she's not even touching. As soon as the vision that moment passed, she just shakes her head and she goes to her desk. She gets every paper that's on it, throws it off. And she pulls out a map. Like a spare. She probably had a few maps of Chicago. And she pulls one out, lays it out, takes one of the like pencils or like markers, and circles the entire medical district of Chicago.
Oh shit. Okay, wait. Where's that fucking map? We had a map. Where's the map?
We did have a map.
Where's the map?
Have a map.
The Chicago interactive
The
map.
Chicago.
Where is it?
Yes.
I can try and
Where's
find it.
And I'm going to basically draw exactly what Sylvia. Hold on, I need to open MS Paint. MS Paint. Listen, this is important lore happening right now.
Oh my god, why did we post so much Final Fantasy shit? Okay. Scrolling back trying to find the link.
Hold on, wait. It was in text for voice, right? Map.
Here, I've
Got it. I
Yeah,
got
what-
it.
Oh, you've got it too? Okay.
Yep. Open link, scribblemaps.com.
Also, I've
Oh,
since
wait.
separated our documents channel and our art and pictures channel.
So it's
I
like
can post it in there.
in the fucking Malkavian territory, right?
It is in very specific. The hospital district is explicitly, yeah, it's in the like highlighted Malkavian territory on that map, which is
Okay.
Sun's domain.
Yeah.
No. No.
So I think.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I need to do it in MS Paint because fucking.
This is
And I'm just going to brush. Let's go find a good red brush. This is super big. That's super big. Size down, size down.
Oh my god.
Okay. It's good enough. It'll work. It'll work. And I'm just gonna put this in text for voice because I don't know where else to put it. It's a giant circle. And I literally, that's what she's doing. And she is talking to herself as it's happening. Oh, that's really funny because the medical district on this says it's fucking gangrel territory.
That's wrong.
For me, it's yeah. To me, it says Malkavian.
And that's interesting because for me right now,
Yeah, I
There's
see.
a little
I see
bit
what
of
you see,
green.
but like that. Yeah, that's wrong on this map.
okay, that's fine.
That little trio right there, like that.
Yeah.
That is literally Sun's shit.
Okay, so then move that circle to where those 2, 3, and 4, 2, 3, and 5 are. Then I guess.
Oh, okay.
So just scrap the doodle I just had and there.
I can imagine.
So it's a smaller area, but like, if you look on the
Still.
map, it's the area if you've been in Chicago
It's literally
more
the-
than
it's the
for a
medical
long
district.
time. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, so okay, so you're doing all of this, and Sister Constance is just staring at you. She's just like, okay. What does all?
I do hate to say it like that, but this might be exactly what we need to take Sun down. And she finally turns to you, and she's still holding the marker, and she looks, at this point, she looks ecstatic. His territory is the medical district. This has to be connected in some way.
You look ecstatic, and Sister Constance looks miserable.
I think it takes her a second to realize, like, oh, wait, this isn't a good thing for everyone. Like, I think it actually, like, it takes her a second to be like, oh, right. This isn't, like, a thing people do just because she's so intently, like, focused on this, that she does actually stop in her tracks after that and completely softens up. And she kind of reaches her hand out like she wants to put her hand on your shoulder, but after just the contact you had, she pulls her hand away. We will get him back, safe and sound. I will throw everything I have onto the table to assure it. I promise.
Constance will nod. What now?
We have some work to do, it seems. I will see if I can send word out to the others in our coterie to assemble and go over everything that we have so. But, and she sighs, before you graced me with your presence, I actually was on my way to your convent, or was about to leave. So, if you do not mind, would you care to accompany me back?
Certainly. Might I ask why?
I have questions about things we are dealing with that me and my clan do not truly understand. Yours are more closely associated to the blood, the vitae, and I have questions about it specifically, and this is of no offense, truly, to diablerie proper. If anyone knows the true properties of the blood, it would be the Tremere.
Constance will nod in understanding.
It is something that could prove very useful to our cause.
Very well. Only if you plan on speaking to Mother Superior. Don't mention what you saw. Please.
And Sylvia smiles at you in her usual Sylvia way. Whatever do you speak of?
I think Constance just looks uncomfortable. Right.
Shall we away?
Yes, certainly.
Perfect. And Sylvia just quickly, gathers herself, just, quickly puts her hair up back into a proper order. So she looks presentable. And not like she's actually a mad woman. And, yeah, I guess the two of them head on out.
I would like to give Sylvia one stain for specifically do not commit self-negligence to the extent that you forced yourself to be hungrier and not feed for the sake of your little investigations.
I am okay with that. 100%.
Cool.
Oh god.
Because you literally just let yourself go full id for
Yeah.
a while there, which I think is in direct conflict. Like, you basically let your beast control you for a while.
I did. I really did.
And I think that is a
Okay.
direct violation of do not commit self-negligence / be
absolutely.
civilized. So I'd like to give you a
I
stain.
think it's great.
Although, what are your convictions?
My convictions?
Yeah.
Always repay a debt, and take those who require help under your wing without question.
All right. Yeah, so it wouldn't be sometimes if you...
It doubles up.
Well, no, the opposite. It would cancel each other. So if you were
Gotcha.
breaking a tenet to follow a conviction, then it would be lessened. But in this case, I don't think you were doing that.
Oh no, this is absolutely fine.
Yeah. So yeah, let's give you a stain.
Do I get less humanity because of that?
I
Truly do not remember.
So the way stains work is you check off boxes from the right side of your humanity tracker, even if they're not filled in.
Yeah.
So if you acquired a large number of stains, they could start reducing your humanity. And they'd start reducing your effective humanity, and if you fail your roll to maintain your humanity at the end of session, it can permanently damage your humanity.
Okay, gotcha.
The more humanity you have, the easier it is to lose.
Good for me. I have lower humanity than.
Yeah. The less humanity you have, the harder it is to lose. You have to do some fucking vile shit to lose your humanity when you're at like 3. Alright. So. It is high vibe check. It is like 22:11. How are we feeling broadly speaking? I do have to work in the morning. So I don't want to go like super late, but I'm willing to keep going for a while yet.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I can keep going.
Okay, cool.
I am free tomorrow completely.
Nice. Yeah, so let's keep going for a bit. So Sylvia and Sister Constance away. Sylvia, passing through the club floor with the amount of warm bodies around, it is impossible to prevent your fangs from extending.
That totally makes sense.
And it is very, you feel your hunger very presently, and I would like you to roll composure.
Guess what? I'm good at those.
You are good at those.
I'm really good at those, actually. So just straight
Just
composure, nothing else?
Yep, with your hunger dice.
God! Oh no. Oh Jesus. Okay, so I'm rolling 4d10. And I am at 4 hunger.
Yep.
Oh shit.
That's all hunger dice. Oops, all hunger dice.
So what does that get me?
That's
2 9s and 2 1s.
What is it?
2 9s and 2 1s.
So you rolled successes, so it's not a bestial failure. Your beast lurches, though, hard. It takes a lot of effort to prevent from literally just pouncing on someone. And I think the only thing holding you back is that this is your club and it would make a mess. But you are very hungry, and with that composure, your beast is very, very angry that you did not act on it, especially after leaning on it so heavily all evening.
Yeah.
It's like, I did so much for you. Why are you not... You need to get the stuff that I like.
Yeah.
But you manage.
Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna need another composure for if you intend to walk, for the walk to the convent.
She has to.
Yeah.
Like, there's no other way. She needs to get to the... Alright, another 4d10.
Sister, if you... It's hard not to notice.
Yeah, I was about to say, like...
How hungry.
Is
It is very odd. Like, Sylvia is not the kind of person who walks with her fangs extended, normally. And you can tell, I would say broadly speaking, by body language, that, like, Sylvia's very hungry right now.
Miss Kanto, if you need to eat, we can take the time. I mean...
There are more pressing matters.
Miss Kanto, we can't address those matters if you're compromised.
That's why I work for it.
If you can make it until we get to the church, we have... I mean, they're not... I'm sure we can figure something out. But that's if you can make it.
Oh. Alright, hold on. I'm rolling a 1d2. I'm doing a coin flip for this right now. One is she feeds now to... That's a 2. Okay, awesome. We're walking!
Oh, jeez. Constance is keeping a very close eye on you.
And that is absolutely okay. But at this moment, I think Sylvia's still relying on the beast, actually. As she's just, like, even still, like, her mind is going so fast right now that she doesn't even want to pay attention to the fact that she's so hungry. So I think it's out of just sheer stubbornness.
Excellent.
Oh, God.
So I will go ahead and roll this again.
So I would actually like you to wait.
Okay, absolutely.
I think you are going to manage for as long as it takes you to get to the convent.
Okay.
It's night. There's not a ton of people out. It's dark. Your predator senses are definitely extremely heightened. You can smell every paper cut on someone right now.
You can tell that there is a bar fight nearby.
Yeah. But you're going to a convent, and that's fine. Until you get into the convent.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Because you are now in an environment with a flock that gives freely and performs blood sorcery.
Yeah.
This is an environment where blood flows freely and is freely available.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, this is what I want to do.
Okay. Oh god.
I want you to prevent roll against a hunger frenzy.
Oh Jesus.
Oh jeez.
Okay.
Which is rolling your currently available willpower.
Okay.
Or you can ride the wave. Which is that you choose to frenzy.
Mm-hmm.
But you get to pick what you do first.
What do you mean by that?
So
I
if you
want to weigh my options.
If
here.
you roll to resist frenzy and fail, then your beast takes over. Your beast goes, "You've stopped feeding me. I'm going to feed me."
Mm-hmm.
If you succeed the frenzy roll, you're in control.
Mm-hmm.
You resist frenzy. You may have to do it again. If you ride the wave, you frenzy, but you get to be in control for just a little bit.
Okay.
It's not super high. The difficulty DC for this is not incredibly high, given the guidelines I'm reading, which is sight out of an open wound or overpowering smell of blood while at hunger 4 or higher, which is just a difficulty 2.
Okay. So,
and I imagine you're at you recovered willpower, and I don't think you've spent any yet today.
I have not spent any today.
So you've probably got a decent pool for that.
I am at 7 willpower.
Okay. Then it would probably be safe to roll against that.
Okay.
But I do still feel it necessary for you to roll to resist frenzy.
Absolutely. So it's going to be just composure?
Willpower.
Okay, so how am I doing? How
much willpower do you have remaining?
I have 7 total.
You'll roll 7.
I roll all 7?
Yep.
Do I lose all 7?
Nope.
Okay.
Willpower is both a dice pool and a resource.
Okay, so I'm rolling 7d10 here.
For example, if you were rolling to resist frenzy, say, last night, probably would have gone a lot worse, because you'd only be rolling like 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
My god.
Good thing you weren't.
Alright, I rolled 7d10. I got 3 successes.
Oh.
That's so
it literally I saw 3, 3, 3, 1, and I went, oh no. Oh no.
It takes a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and say you audibly, as soon as you break through that door and there are a couple of members of the flock. It is Esther and another woman.
No.
Standing near the door. And they're
I really bit out my water.
Chatting, just reading some literature, and you walk through the door, inhale, turn, and audibly hiss with fangs outstretched before you manage to take control of yourself.
I think Constance literally puts her body between you and them and is just like...
I mean, that is fair. Sylvia's quite literally, gripping her hand so, tightly. Her fingernails are, embedding themselves into the palm. She's probably making herself bleed a little bit.
You don't bleed unless you try.
I mean, she kind of is.
Yeah.
Anything to just kind of, cover, to mask it, to just kind of, ground herself again. That I think the first thought in her head is smelling my own blood will not make me hungry. Or just, the pain is just going to, keep me at bay. Because she has things to do, and that is secondary.
Esther and the other acolyte look alarmed. And they kind of back away for a sec and kind of look at you, Sylvia, and look at you, Constance, are kind of like visible fear.
Constance is gonna look Esther like in the eyes and says, "Go to your quarters."
They do. They do not put up a fight at all.
Sylvia will turn around so she's not facing into the confidant out at all. She's just gonna face out. Just to, like, anything that she can do right now, she is going to do pointedly to not get to the state of possible frenzy again.
Okay.
If you could fetch the good mother now. She probably sounds pained.
Yeah.
Sounds like a kindred who needs a drink.
I think Constance will, like, take a slow step back, and she says, "Just wait here. Don't move. I will be right back." And she's gonna scurry off to find Mother Superior.
Sylvia is going to wait like a good little girl. And just literally not move.
Excellent.
She doesn't even blink.
Wonderful. Sister Constance, you run off to find Mother Superior, which may take a few minutes. Sebastian and Sal, you arrive at Tartarus, and neither Sylvia nor Constance are there. Victor's there.
Sal says, "So what are you doing here?"
He works there.
No. That's
To Sebastian, I would assume.
Stop.
You come here
I'm
often?
confused as well.
I assume that they were together when they walked in. I'm sorry.
No, probably
Holy
not.
shit, that's funny. Never mind.
What am I doing here? Well, Lady Kanto asked me to come back around 11. I may have missed that mark a bit. I got a bit preoccupied with something.
Really? She wanted you back here.
As far as I recall.
Interesting choice on her part, but she probably knows more than I. She probably knows more than I do. Hey, Victor.
Hi. Hey.
Do you know where Sylvia is?
Yeah, she's attending business with the nun. They headed back to the
Does he just not know my name still?
nunneries. It's I think it's more whether he thinks that Sal knows your name. Simple, short words.
Alright. Looks like she's out for the moment. Wanna sit down?
I'm supposing that you would like to have a chat?
Oh, no, not particularly. Moreover, I'd rather you just kept out of Sylvia's business. It's a respectful thing to do, ain't it?
Sebastian
You seem to be all about respect.
Sebastian pulls down his mask. And he just has a wicked grin on his face. Also, probably now time for me to point out, he has 2 dots in looks, So he's actually like not bad. He looks kind of hot.
Yeah.
Oops.
2 dots means
Dude,
like not just
Kakashi Hatake, love it. Kashi Hida.
yeah, 2 hots is like 2 hots. Two
Two
dots
hots?
in looks is like not quite supermodel, but like yeah, profoundly venerably attractive.
Someone you
Conventionally
do a
attractive.
double take to down the street.
Yeah. Like someone with 1 dot in look, like someone who doesn't have any dots in looks can still look good, but having dots in looks is like superpowers levels of good looks, if that makes sense.
Constance has 4.
I know.
Sylvia has none, but she's still, you
Bliss.
know.
Constance
Sylvia.
is irresistible.
But yeah, so Sebastian just has a wicked grin on his face, and he says, I don't know if Sylvia informed you, but it is my business to be in other people's business, especially when it comes to breaking the masquerade, especially when it comes to diablerie. So I will be in her business so long as I need to be, so that we can resolve these issues. And if you have a problem with that, I suggest you talk to the Primogen Council. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear whatever you have to say on the matter.
Yes, and you're just going to do everything they say, every single moment of your waking, quote unquote life. Is that right? Why don't you just sit down for a moment, huh?
We have a little baby Anarch here. How cute.
Baby Ant. Dude, who the fuck do you think you're insulting? Why the fuck would you think that's an insult?
Because it's really quite miserable that you think that I enjoy being here. Do you know how many people like you I've dealt with who think I come in here, I come in with an agenda, I come in to destroy people and things? I have no interest in that. And I'm getting quite tired of being treated that way. In what manner of my being here have I treated anybody with any sort of disrespect?
You have been incredibly pushy. Well, for one thing, you've been incredibly pushy. 2, even if that is your fucking job, it's your choice to fucking do it, you know.
It is not my choice.
You ever fucking tried resisting, huh?
I have, and it doesn't end well for me.
And so you just push that on us.
Once again, not my choice. Secondly, it seems like you could actually use somebody in your corner right now. Because I don't know what you think kind of shit is going on here. I don't know if you even know what's going on here. It doesn't feel good, though. You weren't there 2 nights ago, but we were followed. Why? What is going on here that Sister Constance and myself and Sister Mary were being followed? Were they following the coterie? I don't know. They didn't follow me home, I can tell you that much. And they better not. Because that scares the shit out of me. So I will be here to help you solve this, because I'm not going to have some sort of weird diableric piece of shit kill me or injure people I love. That's not happening.
Sure, yes. Sure, yeah. Maybe we need you for that. What we don't need you for is prying into the lives outside of that. And that's what you seem to want to keep fucking doing. All your goddamn questions.
In what way?
What way? You immediately come here, and you were. What? Sorry, I'm forgetting what I was gonna say. Sorry.
You're good.
After the code, fuck. I mean, even after the code, the coterie disbanded last night. You insisted on fucking staying and chatting up Sylvia even more about more bullshit. And hell, I'm sure you would do that now. Hell, I have no doubt that the immediate second that we're done talking, you're going to go get in your little car and go fucking chase her down to talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about with her. We don't need you. We don't need you here to talk about whatever the fuck. We need you here for one goddamn reason. That's to be in the coterie and deal with the shit that we're here to deal with. Not deal with some bullshit about some dead guy who is now dead and.
Sorry. I thought you had stopped talking.
No, that's fine. Keep going.
Can I roll insight?
That's sure. Entirely up to you, Eli.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So just wits insight, I assume.
Yeah, that's the usual.
I have a lot of insight. Will be my... That is 3 successes. And this isn't out of character. I think this is, and there is okay. So the reason why I rolled this is because I think Sebastian is seeing that I'm coming in asking questions as a direct correlation to the thing that I did stick around and talk to Sylvia about, which was was Silas essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And so the insight is to see, is Sal like trying to push me off of this course, or like does Sal maybe know something about this, or just like something, there's something around there that I think Sebastian is just like deeply suspicious about.
Yeah.
Okay. So what should I roll in opposition to this?
Counter to insight. It would be resolve and subterfuge? Yeah. That makes the most sense to me. Okay. Because if I understand correctly from your rhetoric, if not Sebastian the character, it sounds like Matt's got your line of reasoning clocked. You're trying to get Sebastian to not poke into the Silas business.
Yes.
And correct me if that's incorrect. For the most part? Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd say resolve subterfuge.
Okay. I'm gonna rouse the blood for this.
Okay.
Oh, I wish I had done that.
Oh, I got a 10 on that, so I'm good. Another 2 dice.
You still can, technically.
Yeah, we did say you can just kind of do it whenever.
As long as it's like, yeah.
Do that.
High stakes, baby. Why not?
It is high stakes, isn't it? Yeah, fuck it. I'll rouse. I got a 7, so I passed. I'm gonna expend willpower. That was garbage.
Oof.
That was better.
Okay.
While that's going on, while y'all resolve your dice rolls very briefly, Sylvia, I just wanted to inform you of two things. One of which being just like a fact that you would know, broadly speaking, in a lot of scenarios in which something of this caliber, or like the kind of authority that would normally be appealed to in situations like this would likely be like the sheriff of a given domain, who is an individual appointed by the prince to basically be a lawkeeper in the broad strokes domain, which is
sorry? I'm confused. What do you... Are you saying Sebastian's supposed to be one?
No, Sebastian is not the sheriff. Damien is the sheriff, who is an individual appointed by Prince Jackson, who you've met, like, maybe in passing. But just, like, if you were if you had any intention of going through, like, quote-unquote, the proper channels, according to the Camarilla, that would be, like, this is, if you were in Camarilla school, that is what they would tell you to do. In situations.
For what?
In, like, if you had reasonable suspicion of, like, diablerie or bullshit.
Okay. Gotcha.
That would be
I didn't know if I had to go literally, like... I imagine it would go to someone like him or the Primogen, but obviously if I'm accusing a Primogen, then it would have to go immediately to the prince.
Yeah, that's why we have sheriffs, for situations like that. And sheriffs report directly to the prince.
Yes.
Granted, it's pretty hard to get... It, like, if you are taking something to a sheriff, it better be pretty fucking serious. Because, like, they don't... Their time is very valuable. They are not the kind of person that you can just, like, call up.
Of course, yeah.
But, and broadly speaking, I just thought... I didn't know if you were familiar with that kind of structure in...
I was not, because my original thing was just like, okay, how do I get a moment of Prince Jackson's time?
Yeah. And honestly,
for, like,
probably...
the entire council to accuse one of them.
And honestly, like, the easiest way to get Prince Jackson's attention on this would be to inform the sheriff.
Okay. Gotcha.
Who then would maybe help you, maybe not, maybe ask for it. There's a lot of things. The other thing is that Brother John has spotted you and is approaching you.
Oh
boy, okay.
And I'm gone.
Okay.
And Sister Constance is no longer in the room.
Fuck.
Okay.
We'll resolve that in a minute.
Hypothetically,
Okay.
if I did frenzy right now, hypothetically,
so how did...
Can't eat them.
After willpower and rousing, how did the two of you roll?
I got 5.
3. You got me one of my fucking weak points. I was hoping it would be composure, but no.
Yes. Sebastian.
So,
boy.
Eli, you get to interpret that. You are going to lose 2 willpower.
Okay, that's fine. What you can glean Sal, of course, as you already thinks you're something of a sheepdog, a little of sorts, and that much you already know.
Yeah.
And Sal thinks the more that Sal doesn't know how in deep Sylvia is, I suppose. Well, no, I'm trying to think of what exactly she knows. What you would get out of this is, Sal had some personal connection, had some sort of personal connection with Silas. You don't know if it was from what you can get, Sal had some sort of attachment to them, whether it be whether it be whether it be good or bad. That's up to you. Sorry if I'm tired. I'm not explaining this very well, but no, you can tell Sal had some sort of attachment or investment within within Silas, or within the person who got killed.
Yeah. I think Sebastian's just gonna immediately act on that. Where are we sitting? Are we just like at the bar? Do you think?
Probably at a table.
At a table?
You also, you two are VIPs, and there is a VIP lounge that is a lot more private and away from people.
Mm-hmm.
I would have followed Sal to wherever Sal would have gone to sit. So.
Okay.
The VIP lounge is also the designated kindred snack area.
Yes.
Then I think Sal would have gone to the VIP lounge within like their own little into a corner of the VIP lounge. Yeah.
All right.
Sitting at a booth of some sorts.
Yeah, Sebastian's gonna lean back and he kind of puts his hand to his chin, and he's that grin. You probably think it's a shit-eating grin, honestly. But I think just from that you can tell he's clocked you in some sort of way. Because he says, well, and you'll find out immediately because he says, "So, how did you know them?" Look. I understand the frustration that comes when somebody is sent to look in on your shit. Nobody wants to see it. Nobody wants it to be seen. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody just wants to forget about it and move on. And trust me, I want to do that as best as I can here. If these are things that we can move on from, then we will move on from them. If they are things that we can't move on from, then we'll go from there. But you telling me that I am asking questions that don't pertain to anything, that pertain to personal lives, I'm not doing that. You're referencing this person who broke the masquerade. That's very important. That's very serious. And it seems to me like you know who it is, that you knew them personally, and that them not being around hurts. So who was it? Who was this person to you?
What do you mean you don't know? We talked about this last night with you.
Oh, maybe Matt forgot.
Yeah.
We basically, I can actually talk about this because I fully remember now. We discussed how Silas was a vampire hunter turned vampire, but I guess it was slightly hinted at that, like, the allegiances were kind of like halfway, and he died because the vampire hunters found out that he was a vampire, and that's how he was axed.
Yeah, and Sylvia also.
Or at least that's how Sylvia portrayed it.
And
to
Sylvia
try and like do a
also-
complete cover up.
Sylvia intentionally kept it vague and kind of divested any real, like, kind of basically went like, well, I tried to take advantage of this dude, and then he fucked up, completely independent of me, and we never had contact ever again.
Yeah.
She was being purposely vague, and the thing is, she made this that it's fishy, but it works.
Mm-hmm. And also,
and we did match on our rolls too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that I remember.
She also didn't give any, like, name or really any personal information.
Yeah, and as I recall, Sal just kind of said that they were like a square and they
Yes,
like fucked up. And
There were
blah, blah, blah.
Sal said there
easily
were an
a
idiot.
known newbie.
Well, okay, so what I mean when I ask this question is you gave me surface level information. I'm going to need to know more about this person anyways. So as me, kindred to kindred, trying to get to know you, because I don't want there to be bad blood between us, Sal. There's no reason for it. You could use me to make this situation, however bad it is, not bad anymore. I'm happy to be here in that capacity. I just need to be given a little bit of trust that I can make that happen for you. And so I ask, who was this person to you that makes this personal to you?
I will tell you the same damn thing I told you before. The man was an idiot. And like all idiots who end up in our place, I'm sad about what happened to him. I don't think he deserved what happened.
See, but there's more to it than that, isn't there? I understand that you're not willing to share, but please don't think that I'm here prying just to pry under the floorboards to destroy the foundation of this house. This music does not help my case.
I was just thinking, I was like, wow. Fucking music.
That's the music you play behind a liar.
Yeah, that's the villain talking. Like, revealing all the evil shit that's been going on. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That was funny.
But please do not think that I'm here to pry the floorboards to wash away the foundation of this house. That is not my intention. That is not what I want to have happen. And I know that is hard to get past. You would not be the first that has met me and thought, this fucking guy's here to ruin all my shit. I'm not here to do any of that. I'm here to fix this so that I can go home and not have to deal with any more of this shit anymore. But I'm here under contract. I'm here under bonded contract. I don't get a fucking say. So I'm here to do my job and leave. But I can also be kind, because our lives are already hard enough. Being who we are, I don't need to make it any more difficult for any of us. Does that sound amenable to you? Or would you like to still be pissed off at me?
Sal just remains silent for a moment. And just sort of shakes her head. Please do not fucking act like you're here trying to like you have any sort of fucking good intentions here. Or feel or that you represent any sort of good intentioned person here.
Do you think I'm lying to you then?
Yes. Yes, I think you do. Or rather, I do believe you. I believe you don't give two shits about what happens here. And I don't think you're here to help. And I don't think you give a shit about me, or have any fucking care to help me. And to be quite honest, I would prefer if you just backed off about it and stopped trying to fucking insist that.
Well, I'll be happy to know. In a month from now, when all of this is resolved, and presumably the Camarilla is none the wiser of what happened here, because that is my intention, if I can, if it's not fucking Project First Light has come down. You know, that's really the only circumstance in which something would need to be done. So unless that's the case, you have nothing to worry about. And that's a pretty serious fucking case. I don't even think that's true. I don't think that's what's going on here. Do you think that's what's going on here? Is that something that we should be worried about? Because if not, then in a month's time, I'm going to walk away. All of this shit will be resolved, and you'll think, huh, Sebastian wasn't so bad after all, was he? Too bad I didn't give him a fucking chance when it first started.
I love him.
Sal says nothing.
Cool. So if you're done deriding me, I am gonna go find Sylvia because I was summoned by Sylvia. So if you'd like to join me, you're more than welcome to. If you'd like to go elsewhere, you're more than welcome to. I'm not your fucking master. I have to answer to mine, though. So, salutations or stand up, you know? And Sebastian stands.
Sal will not go with Sebastian. Fuck no. Fuck if she's doing anything. She does not want to give him any sort of satisfaction at all, even though that gives him more satisfaction. Whatever.
Literally any option would have been met the exact same way of, okay, cool, whatever.
Yeah.
Spicy.
So glad we're all on the same page here, guys.
We're all in this together.
Don't worry, I have a plan eventually for when I'm not at hungry
Yeah.
and busy.
So, Brother John,
I can't wait until
I
fucking
cannot
Sylvia
wait.
tries to kill me.
That's actually really funny that you said.
Is it funny because it's what your thoughts are? Because, yeah, it makes sense.
That's really funny that you say that. That's all I'm gonna say.
time for Matt to lose 2 characters in the campaign.
It's fine.
Oh my god.
Unlikely. Anyway, Brother John walks up to you, Sylvia,
Yes.
and kind of immediately clocks your demeanor.
I thought you were just gonna say clocks me in the head. I went.
The fight starts
That's really
now.
funny because she is facing away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That would be very funny. No, because he comes into your periphery and just kind of like sidles up.
In.
Yeah.
Silence.
Oh.
And just kind of
Okay.
notices you and kind of like stands beside you and just kind of looks up. I guess I assume that Brother John is shorter than you.
And that's fair, I assume.
I don't know. I just always visualize Sylvia as tall.
I
I
imagine
mean, he
all
kinda
the
has
women in
very
this being
much,
so
like-
tall. Like,
Which
They
is
have an
really
energy.
funny because I imagine her like appearing tall, but she's really not.
Mm-hmm.
She's maybe 5'8".
John philosophically looks up at you,
Yeah.
but maybe not physically.
She's probably like 5'8" with heels on, honestly.
Smell.
She's not a 7 foot
Mm-hmm.
like
Like Mother
she's not.
Superior, who is canonically 7 feet tall.
Apparently. Sylvia would be, like, it's mentally she is.
Mentally, yeah.
But physically no.
carries
Um,
herself a certain way.
She is a small English woman.
John walks up to you and is just like, the patron of our domain. To what do we owe the pleasure? And you can just, like, hear the smirk in his voice.
Oh, boy.
Insufferable.
She is... Every single muscle in her body is being used. So she just turns to him and smiles back, but in the most fuck you way that she can. Just waiting for an audience.
Uh-huh. You, doing alright? Your face looks a bit pale.
So, he's also a kindred, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think she just chuckles at it. Darling, we're always pale.
I suppose. Constance, you have found Mother Superior. And you are coming back to the entryway, and you see Brother John smirking at Sylvia.
As Constance's day just keeps getting worse. This is just getting worse and worse. She will just kind of, like, give a loud, like, at the both of you.
John turns and looks over and is just like, Lady of the Hour and Mother, bows deeply. Mother Superior is just like, oh, John, don't you have, business to attend to? He's just like, I was just getting to it, and kind of, like, slowly backs away. And he exits. Mother Superior can also tell Sylvia that you are very hungry.
I'm not surprised, and honestly, that's...
I think Constance would have mentioned it. She's like, she's been refusing to eat, so I don't know what to do.
I think in that case, Mother Superior is literally going to, like, acquire an acolyte.
Okay.
Maybe 2.
That's really funny that you said that, because I had a plan for after all of this. But, yeah, I mean, if you want to do that...
I think she does. I think Mother Superior does in particular. Is just like, alright, who hasn't been fed from in a bit? Who's got all their blood? And, like, picks two acolytes who are all too welcome, all too willing to follow Mother Superior into the significantly reduced sanctuary sanctuary. It's the first thing you get into through the doors, and leads the 2 of them and, like, directs them to sit on a nearby pew, and just walks over to you, Sylvia, and is just like, Lady Kento, it's been a little while since we've met.
And I think she does a proper curtsy. With
full formality,
composure she has at this point left, and she will do mostly a proper curtsy. Dearest Mother, it's a pleasure to see you again.
And I'm likewise delighted that you've finally come for a visit. It sounds like you have some need of my abilities or knowledge or some such. Constance wasn't altogether too specific for the sake of privacy, but I would heavily encourage, you seem a bit peckish. And she just kind of, like, gestures to the 2 acolytes sitting on the bench and is just like, I would encourage you to indulge yourself.
I think Sylvia just quickly looks from Mother Superior and gives Sister Constance just a look, but it's like super fleeting and then right back. As you wish, for it is your haven after. And she will excuse herself for a moment and go to these two acolytes.
I am
And
going to ask you to resist frenzy again.
Okay.
Specifically, taste of blood
God.
while at hunger 4 or higher.
Yeah.
So yeah, just roll willpower.
Okay, I can do this. Okay, this is good. This is way better. Way better. That's 4 successes instead of 3.
That is more than 3, which was the difficulty. So you do not immediately drink Sarah dry.
Please. Please.
And can control your hunger enough to slake
So
as up to one down to 1 hunger over the course of an hour or so.
would like to only take 1 hunger out of both.
Okay.
Specifically, I'm going to stay at 2. For
Okay,
this one thing
so
I
just
want to
a
do
sip.
after. So basically just enough to satiate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very how polite of you to take just a snack. just enough.
It is taking so much, but she is doing as little damage basically as possible.
Mm-hmm. And
For
both
she is still a gentlewoman.
Yeah. Acolytes Sarah and Jeremiah are more than willing to assist. And
Constance is palpably relieved.
Are you still a very clean eater at 4 hunger?
Honestly, I don't think she's ever been messy.
Really? Okay.
She is, like, to her core, she is an English woman. She is an English gentlewoman.
Yeah. I mean, being
Like,
messy is
to
just
her
wasteful.
core. It is practically sacrilegious to be anything but.
Yeah.
She grew up in a good wealthy family. Sylvia Lore, haha.
Sylvia
Like a wealthy family. She married a baron.
Manners all the way down.
Manners
It
all
literally,
the way down.
it's 100%. Afterwards, she dabs at the corners of her mouth with her own handkerchief. And she politely thanks the both of them and just makes sure that they are both okay as well.
Yeah, I think Sister Constance, who has politely averted her gaze for the feeding, says, I'll escort them back to their quarters and make sure that they're well.
And Sylvia gets up and she does curtsy to the boat.
Yeah.
It is much appreciated. Thank you.
And not a drop was spilled. You do not see
The pews
a
are
single one.
immaculate.
Yeah.
Constance is going to see them back to her quarters,
Mhm.
but she wants to follow Brother John.
Okay.
Bet.
Yeah. Brother John heads back to his own personal quarters. Are you trying to be particularly sneaky about it?
No.
Okay.
You live here too.
Then
I mean, yeah, this is also my
Yeah.
house.
He kind of notices that you're following him. And
Do you
just
have
kind
a
of
moment?
looks back and is just like, yes.
I have some questions.
I have some answers.
Does he
I hope
fucking
the hair was included. I really hope it was included.
he fucking has.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Cringe. Did Brother Joseph ever say anything to you?
I mean, of course. In what capacity?
Before he left.
Only that he was hunting.
Did you know that he went alone?
I thought he'd been going with a partner. I hadn't been paying much attention.
So you really just... You didn't notice anything out of the ordinary?
Not more than usual, no. You can tell that he is genuinely worried.
Very well. I thought I'd ask. The others look up to you, so...
He's come to me with some... just to talk about, the state of the convent before everyone else arrived. Come to think of it, he hasn't seen everyone yet. But no, I didn't catch anything.
If you think of anything, will you please tell me?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Alright. Sorry to keep you from...
No,
Whatever,
It's important. I understand. He walks back into his quarters. You can tell he's doing ritual.
Does it look at all familiar to me, like, at a glance?
Roll intelligence occult.
Okay. Three. And then... Oh god, so many. Okay. No, that was a... Okay. 8, 7, 7, 4, 2, and then a 5 and a 2 on the hunger die.
Okay, so 3 successes. No crits or failures. Or bestial failures. It's a warding circle. You can't tell what kind. One of the more common types of rituals, but not everyone knows how to do them.
Okay. She won't pry. I think she knows better than to try her luck with him. In that case, she's going to actually move on to Esther's quarters.
Yeah. While you're doing that, Sylvia, you have Mother Superior's attention.
Oh, wonderful. I think she's a lot more at peace now. Honestly.
After being forced to eat.
Kind of forced, but you know what? It's fine. Not a problem. It makes things easier. She gets that. She's probably going to want to sit down with Mother Superior, if at all possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
More likely in private.
I was about to say, and I think if you express that interest, Mother Superior will bring you to her quarters, and not just into her little bit, like into her quarters.
Okay. That's fine.
Which, that you have a much better view of it, is immaculate.
Okay.
It is a delightful little living space. Some things are gilded.
Okay.
And she has she sits on an antique fainting couch and has a little a little like coffee table with some tea on it, and gestures for you to sit in a likewise very well adorned antique chair.
I think she does so.
Renaissance era.
Mm-hmm. It's something Sylvia knows very well. Quite literally. Being a Victorian girl, but yeah. She'll sit down. Is there multiple cups? Is there like a teapot?
Yeah. Little tea set for both of you.
Sylvia will blush of life then.
Sure.
She is an English gentlewoman. She will not turn down a cup of tea.
Yeah, go for it. It's funny because most of the reason Mother Superior has it is to distribute to acolytes.
That's funny.
Does not typically, because she doesn't like serve it in here usually. She brings it to people. But yeah, super interesting.
So yeah, Sylvia will blush of life then for.
Yeah, she is. Mother Superior is intrigued and endeared a little bit by this gesture. And it's just very much like, what can I do for you?
And she takes a sip and then puts the teacup back on the saucer in her hands, kind of like resting on her lap almost. I hate to talk about such a revolting topic, but I wish to know more about the concept of diablerie. She turns to look Mother Superior in the eye.
Yeah. Eyes widen, little bit of a smirk, not like a smirk, like a ooh.
I see
interesting.
you also.
All right.
No, yeah.
I see you too are a lady of taste. Curious, just like all right. This is interesting. I was not expecting this where this was going, but okay. Certainly. But I must ask the worst of questions. Which is why. She gets up to a little bookshelf and thumbs through it and pulls a specific book and begins paging through it as she sits back down.
I've reason to believe, unfortunately, one of our own has committed such a cardinal.
That's, disconcerting, but, well, now it's done means of, now what remains is what to do about it. And I presume you intend to apprehend this individual, perhaps?
The better word would probably be expose.
For both our sake, I won't ask who. But, as for the diablerie itself, what do you want to know? There is numerous theory, though experiments, as we are wont to do, are expressly forbidden. Obviously.
But of course.
But there is some knowledge. It's a deep-rooted curiosity about the gifts of the blood that has brought several of my clansmen there time and time again.
I wish to know what one were to get out of it.
Dangerous information indeed. And she flips a couple pages. She looks like she's mostly flipping through things to remind herself, more so than to take reference. The primary being that you absorb their life essence. The primary benefits, as I am to understand them, are primarily experiential. It simply feels unlike anything else. Unlike, even better than draining a mortal dry. There are theories that the ultimate pleasure of a kindred would be to drain one's own sire. Though I don't think anyone's attempted it without being exposed to the sun on the spot, effectively. But there are words, potentially, of diablerie addicts to those who've tasted it once and cannot help but continue to pursue it. But beyond the experiential, just the physical manifestations, it increases the potency of one's blood. Not necessarily their powers or their generation. It does not grant one immediately the powers of those they've consumed, but does give you their essence, their life force. Your potency will rise, and it does have a number of detrimental effects on the psyche. As it does increase the power of the blood, such does it feed the beast. Lets it take power over you.
Nice. And the more one commits such an atrocious act, or
It
not
would erode.
power, but potency, they would. What?
Could you roll a persuasion for me?
A persuasion?
Yeah, persuasion.
Just base?
No. I'd let you pick. Charisma, manipulation, wits, intelligence.
Okay, and persuasion you said?
Mhm.
Alright. I can do that. Honestly, my charisma and manipulation are the So my charisma and manipulation rolls are the exact same amount.
Yeah, up to you.
So R 10.
And you're gonna get some advantage because you have some like very literal leverage on Mother Superior right now. Not advantage like mechanically like D&D or anything like that. It's just gonna be easier for you.
I would like to spend a willpower.
Please.
Thank you. Oh my fucking god.
Did you roll better than a 1?
Actually, yes, I did.
Okay.
I rolled 2.
That is technically better than a 1.
And with a reroll.
Excellent. So, Mother Superior feels obligated to provide you more information, effectively, than maybe she would otherwise.
Okay.
She continues leafing through the book and goes, "Now, I said that experiments are expressly forbidden. But the Tremere do not always hold to their word. There are some number of rogue sorcerers. And some experiments were conducted in isolation with the intention of seeing if, by raising one's blood potency, one might be able to become as the predecessors, as the clan originators. The experimenters went mad far before they could ever reach such heights, but they were able to obtain some very impressive results as a consequence of their monstrosities.
Result.
And they did happen to record some of those results as well. It is a text that the Tremere look at but occasionally, for looking at it itself is nearly an admission of interest and intrigue, and we dare not encourage these things.
Are you saying you hold on to such a text?
Oh, no, could not. I have peered at it, though. Tis a, fascinating scripture. But horrible, horrible things must be done in order to gain such potency.
I think Sylvia looks at Mother Superior, but with just slight fear in her eyes. And this is with someone who has a foreign composure. I think she is just heavily concerned of what she just walked in.
I guarantee, like I said, no intention. Would never dream of anything like that. Horrible, horrible things. But
It's
curiosity
also the
feeds
music
itself.
does not help at all.
We found a gold mine in this
We found a
particular little thing.
great-
It's just always good. It's just
It's
ambient
always
and
good,
spooky.
and it's so unsettling right
The fucking church bells track gets me every time.
every time.
Anything
Would
else
she
I might do to aid you?
be willing to disclose what it is that you read or saw?
I'm perfectly willing, but it is vile. I must warn you.
And I think the fear slips from Sylvia and is just completely just overtaken by just sheer confidence, almost in a pleading way. God, the soundtrack! If I am about my theory, then this information is vital.
Of course. Then, in the acquisition of power to maximize, as they have experimented, the increase in potency of one's blood from diablerie, one must induce a very specific humor. You're familiar with the different flavors of the blood, as elder as you may be, I presume.
I am aware, yes.
And you are familiar of the melancholic and the choleric, of anger and of fear and of sadness.
Correct.
One must induce these, but it is much harder in kindred than in mortals. It is a very literally torturous process. One typically involving a fairly large quantity of fire. Typically, in my readings, as were from quite a time before, they used pokers from the fire. Sometimes torches, oil, something that could sit on the surface of a kindred and burn for hours.
I see.
And they would do this over the course of many days. Sometimes months, on one occasion up to a year. Until the flavors were just mixed right. Mixed just so that all fear is gone, but only the anger and rage and pained cries of the beast remain. Then you drink them dry.
Sylvia's definitely unsettled, but she's also not surprised. Tell me, one last thing.
Whatever you need.
Would blood sorcery expedite the process?
Unlikely. It is a very practical matter. While blood sorcery can mutate the blood somewhat, change its form, its flavors, its properties, we couldn't go that far.
And that is the most relieving part I've heard. Thank you for your time, dear mother.
Mm-hmm. Of course. And, like I said, I am profoundly willing to aid in whatever you need. Has Sylvia informed you of the situation? Or not Sylvia, Sister Constance.
That's me.
Yes?
Are you referring to your missing?
Yes. Our lost lamb.
I am aware. And
She
on
looks
top
at
of-
you very, very seriously and just goes, I will do anything you ask to help return him to us.
And Sylvia looks at her just dead in the eyes as well. Any expression has just been completely wiped off, and it is as deadpan, as serious as you can get it. Anything?
Anything within my power.
I shall start my search tonight. I have a theoretical lead.
I'd recommend not going alone.
Never. Would you like me to not involve Sisters Constance and Mary in this?
I would prefer you did. They are eminently competent.
By your wish. If you do not mind me taking them for a spell.
My promise then holds true now. They are yours to command.
Much obliged, dear mother. If you were to excuse me,
By all means.
I have a lamb to find. And she stands and she puts the cup and saucer onto the table. It is completely dry. Like, there's not a drop left.
Excellent.
She was casually sipping through the entire time. All of that.
And Mother Superior leads you out of the room.
Perfect.
Back to the sanctuary.
And Sylvia will probably find an acolyte or another kindred and just be like, hey, can you kind of track these two down for...
Mm-hmm. Constance,
just
you're...
yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Go on, and just say to, like, meet her in, like, the main chamber. I forgot all terminology for
Sanctuary?
churches. just then.
It's fine. that
Yes,
works.
I literally just totally just blanked.
Completely reasonable.
The foyer.
I can't even remember my own character's names, so I think all
That's
of y'all are
fair.
doing
That's
great.
fair. So
Um,
I will just stand in, like, the gathering sanctuary. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sister Constance, you're talking to Esther? You went to find Esther, at least?
Yes. She's gonna check that she actually went to her quarters like she asked.
Yep, she did. And she's just kind of, like, hanging out there. I think she might be, like, idly trying to read something, but it's super obvious that it didn't take. She's not, like, paying attention to the media she's consuming.
Constance will give a soft knock, knock, knock on the door jam.
Oh, hi. What was all that?
Nothing to worry about anymore. It's been taken care of. Are you alright?
Fine. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen someone a little too hungry around, us. But it doesn't... It's never not a little frightening.
Of course. I'm sorry that you had to see that.
Can you roll insight?
What is my insight? I never remember.
Insight and...
Insight and? Insight and
Insight, either wits or intelligence or charisma.
let's go with the thing that I'm better at.
Okay, yeah.
Oh god, all these dice went everywhere. Stop going everywhere. Ooh. Okay. 10, 10, 9, 4, and then 2 threes on the hunger die.
So that's 5 successes. Because you crit.
Okay, jeez.
Neither of those crits were on a...
No, those were on the normal die.
Okay, excellent. She rolled 2 successes on 3 dice. So...
I'm so fucking smart. Okay.
You get a sense of the... I think your actual vampiric senses let you clue into this a bit. Which is that her heart's still beating. She's still, like, cooling down from fight or flight response. And she regards you with the mild trepidation of someone who was just thinking a lot about, like, oh, that's also
eaten?
inside you. But, like, that could have been you. But it wasn't. But it, like, the way that she kind of regards you is with not, like, suspicion. Like, she knows you. It's just, like, she is more reserved than she would be otherwise.
Constance wants to Blush of Life. I've never done this, actually.
Yeah. Go ahead and rouse.
Okay. That was bad.
Okay.
That was a 2.
Alright, so you get hungrier.
Fuck.
Which puts you at 3?
3.
Alright. Yeah, you're pretty hungry. Not like constitution
Not
chatteringly
4,
hungry.
but...
Not 4. Not
Not 4.
Not the point at which things get bad. But you're getting there.
She feels it.
But you take on a distinctly more human-like appearance.
Mm. And she'll slowly enter.
Mm-hmm.
And then just sit, like, on the edge of her bed.
Esther doesn't move away, but she doesn't move closer.
I wish that I could reassure you that nothing has changed between us.
I wish that nothing had changed. Not between us, necessarily, just that I've changed and you've changed and our situation has changed. And I would like it if we were just the same. If it was all just the same and we were back at the old Abbey and we could just be. Just be in that space. But it's different now.
Yeah. It's different now. Did my embrace change your feelings for me?
Not for you. No, I still care for you as much as I did before. But it frightens
But you
me.
look at me with fear.
I do. It's not. It's not the you part of you that I'm worried about.
Then you misunderstand. Because it's all part of me now.
Right. Show me? Could you show me that you're still the same?
How would you like me to do that?
Just hold me for a while.
I can do that.
She wraps her arms around you and lays her head against your chest and listens to the sound of nothing. Because your heart doesn't beat anymore. Unless you force it to.
Oh shit.
Not unless you force it to.
I don't think she will. I think she would think that that's disingenuous. I can't be sorry for the change. I was and still am glad of it. It's... I wish I could show you how good it can be. It's hard, but it is good.
Were it that I had your faith. And she just squeezes you all the more tightly.
Constance squeezes back. It's not for everyone.
She responds to that. Just visually. And you can tell that that is something that she has been thinking about a lot. I think that's an okay place to leave it, if you're okay with that. Sebastian, you're on your way. And I think that is a good place for us to leave it collectively for tonight. And we can pick up functionally immediately where we left off.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much, yeah.
The momentum matters right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Holy.
Sorry, that was the fucking constant Sylvia show.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it be that way sometimes.
Yeah. I really liked the Sal Sebastian convo. Holy
That was
fuck.
really good.
That was so good.
Also, I wanted to say it so bad, but like it wouldn't have come up in the thing. I'm gonna say now, if you went back, Sylvia left her office unlocked.
Oh.
So you would have seen everything.
Funny.
Well, Sal's still there.
Mm-hmm.
Snoop.
It
Yeah.
is closed, but it is not locked.
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
Alright.
Secrets.
Post. I want to say, what do you think that was in character for Sal? Because I felt like I was having a bit of trouble
No,
tonight.
I think that was good. I think that was very Sal. That was very, like, honestly, very, like, rebel without a cause to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, someone who wants to rebel, but isn't
Isn't fully
like
sure what they're rebelling at.
right, doesn't quite
doesn't
have a
fully
full
get-
grasp of the situation.
It's really that also because I'll be honest, I'm playing Sylvia very like close to like the heart, like really careful with what they're showing.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense that it's like that because the only person that really truly knows the entire story right now so far, or all the information, is Sylvia.
Mm-hmm. And the
So
culprits,
it
but
makes sense.
they're not giving up anything.
How do you think she survived for?
Mm-hmm.
It's all she knows.
Excellent. Yeah, if without further ado, let's do some stars and wishes. I'm just gonna go left to right in order of the avatars. So that is Matt first.
Hell yeah. Stars. Tinking. I don't know. There once again, just not a lot in this session that was not interesting. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like there's always something going on with every character that just kind of has attention. Obviously, very happy with how the conversation with Sal and I went. That was fun. Wishes. Did wish for more involvement tonight for sure.
Yeah.
And other than that, more wishes. Just talk to Sebastian. He's so fun. He's so fun for me to play.
I swear to you, I'm worried. I swear to you.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
me.
Good to know. Eli.
Alright, again. Sebastian is a fucking infuriating character to try and play quote unquote against, because you play him really fucking well.
Thank you.
He's so strong. He's so strong-willed.
He's so fucking bored of all of this.
And honestly, and pretty much everything that pretty much went on with Sylvia and Constance was very, very good tonight.
I hope it was at least entertaining.
Yes.
Mm.
Wishes. I hope to find some sort of clear direction to take Sebastian and Sal's relationship towards. Because at this point, I don't exactly know where it's going, or where I particularly think, or where I even want it to end up in the end.
That's something we can talk about.
Yeah, but yeah. I guess it is, yeah. Another time when I'm not sleepy and need to go to bed.
Yeah. I wasn't
Consequences of playing
suggesting
late
now,
at night.
But yeah.
But also, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because I need to figure. I also hope to. No. That's it. Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Me. I'm gonna do some quick ones. Stars. Oliver conversation. Star.
Mm.
Sebastian and Sal conversation. Star. Playing as Mother Superior a lot. Star. She is a very fun character to play as.
Oh, yeah.
I don't get to play a lot of characters with such strong ideologies, and I find that amusing. Sylvia being at 4 hunger. Star.
Yeah.
Lots of, I think, genuinely interesting and fun dice rolling. Star. Wishes. That it wasn't so late at night. That I could incorporate players in a way. I really wish I could moosh you all together easily. But it really does just come down to sometimes characters gotta have convos on their own. And sometimes that happens for 4 hours. Because everyone has very important conversations and the conversations are very good.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be though is the thing, because it's good. It's chef kiss content. But it is also very like my D&D instincts of don't split the party keep kicking in, not in a bad way, because again, it's not that kind of game. I think the players can do really well separately from one another, but I do want to moosh you all together, and it's hard to find good ways to do that inside of the fiction sometimes. Love the session tonight. It was super good. I'm super glad we got everyone together to play. Yeah. Hannah.
Stars. Thank you for letting me do so many of the things I wanted to do tonight.
Yay.
Jesus Christ. Because I was like worried. I was like, I'm gonna monopolize a lot of time if I do this thing, and I did it anyway.
Necessary.
I feel guilty, but it did inform a lot of character decisions down the road.
Good. I hope I was adequately playing against it.
Yes. Yeah, just really a lot. Me like the session is a lot of things I like. Wishes. Just kind of feeling like we didn't. Star is that I got to do the things I wanted to do. Wish was the thing that I feared was going to happen because of that. that the progress would feel a little bit halted.
Mhm. I mean, in that regard, I think a good context for this session is we played through half of a night this session.
Yeah.
We basically played out this 4 hours in real time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is
More or
a
less,
very high
yeah.
level of detail.
Mm-hmm.
Then my wish is just the rest of the night will be us playing all together and moving forward in an interesting way.
Red. And Kowalwine.
All right. This is gonna sound so egotistical, but I get to start myself.
Yeah! Hell yeah!
Fucking- yeah.
So bad to say it, but
Aw.
Go off.
I really liked how I portrayed Sylvia tonight,
Mhm.
like a lot. Just because it's a very different form of Malkavian.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very classical way of playing it,
Mm-hmm.
which goes against what she is normally, but
Yeah, a
still
different
falls
side.
into. It's a completely different side, but still falls under the same category.
Yeah.
I liked exploring that a little bit, even going as far as obviously just purposely going for hunger.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Oh, we need to resolve your stain.
Oh, we do.
You should have 2 empty boxes between the right side of your humanity track and your filled in humanity.
Okay, so
Because you're at
my humanity.
Oh no, you
yeah.
have lower humanity, right?
I have a lower humanity, so there's 3
All right.
between my last.
So go ahead and roll 3d10. You
Okay.
need at least one of them to be a 6 or more.
All of them are successes.
All right, excellent. Then you have resolved that stain.
Perfect.
It is in service of your goal, and you understand that.
Okay. So I removed the stain. Let me take that off my notes too. I rolled a 7, a 7, and a 10.
Nice.
Honestly, I really liked playing Sylvia tonight. I've kind of been writing a lot about her, and it's kind of changed how I want to play her a bit, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which is why I was just kind of testing the waters a bit tonight with it.
Yeah.
Which I really enjoyed. Another star. I love the conversation between Sebastian and Sal. Also sounds really bad. I love player conflict.
It's so good.
I fucking live for it.
It's so
Because it could
good.
have such good interaction. I dislike when parties are always 100% buddy-buddy.
Two buddy. Almost
Like, I get it. It's you want to have the party agree on things, but there should be, like, one person's just, like, not 100% on board with things. We're all going for the same goal, but it's just how we're getting there, or, like, how we want to get there is all completely different. And I like that for this, this cast of characters. One wish. I'm begging you, Matt, please let there be conflict between Sylvie and Sebastian. I am begging you.
I'm pretty sure there already has been a lot of that.
But like, I'm talking like conflict. Capital C. Because I think that's the best way for like the two of them to get anywhere is for there to be that like basic shouting match.
Hey, baby, you
Conflict
just
for
gotta
the
start it.
The thing is, because it's also who would be the one starting it is like the biggest like
Yeah, it is.
because they're both very like they play their cards very close to their chest.
Honestly,
Both of them?
so far, Matt, I trust you so much because like you see an opening and you take it every time. You do.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
I 100% trust Matt to be able to see an opening and
Oh,
just fucking
absolutely.
bite.
And I want to encourage you to do so.
All right.
Because
Take the shot.
if you play Sebastian as you have, you poke just the right button, you are going to know everything.
Yeah. That's
Because
what
she is going to want to prove herself that she is in control.
Oh, there we go. That's the end.
That is my like little like peace offering olive branch. I
That-
want this to
seed.
happen. I would love for this to be a big
Can I quickly say then?
please.
Allow something to happen that is, or like let's find a thing that is just fully out of control, and I just start pulling that thread, and I think that'll get us to exactly where we want to be.
That might be something we have to discuss with the DM to
Maybe.
see like
I can make
what would be
completely out of control, you say?
just
To
There
shreds,
is
you
one-
say?
I do have another wish. I want to see Sebastian knocked off balance because I haven't seen that yet.
That would also be fun.
I see.
Ice cold.
So there's that. Another
Noted.
thing, I guess it's not really a wish, but it kind of is. I don't mind the 2-player sessions
Yeah.
if it has to come to it.
Yeah.
I'm very intent on making sessions happen, even if they are partial sessions for this campaign in particular. So, good. I'm glad that's okay. Also, super small star. I think the PNG tuber thing was super fun.
Oh, I
really like
love
it a lot,
watching
actually.
it. I have the stream up.
Mm-hmm.
I've loved watching
I've just
it.
been watching my OBS this entire time.
No, yes, I've been honestly, it's kind of helped me focus.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
It really does.
I mean, like, I think I mentioned to Hannah in a previous, just like when we were talking about D&D stuff, it was just like, because I was lamenting I missed when, like, everyone used to have their cameras on. Because I like seeing everyone's faces, but, like, this isn't a replacement for that, but, like, it gives me the same vibes, right? And also makes it so that people don't have to be worried about, like, physical appearance and camera fatigue and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
So, I like this.
It adds a whole new layer to it, which I really like.
It'll make the recordings a lot more watchable, for sure.
Absolutely. And it's just I like visually seeing a character matched with a voice. Almost. It's satisfying to
I wish I
watch.
could, like, make a little wheel so I could, like, swap my character portrait.
Oh, yeah.
But that would also be very high maintenance.
It would be.
That'd be wild.
Maybe another time. Maybe I'll go on a coding adventure and figure that out.
All right.
Yeah, I think it is time for bed. I have to work at 9 in the morning.
We should probably sleep.
Yeah.
Bed.
Probably.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for hanging out,
Get
guys.
that recording.
Yeah.
I will stop.